Just to get settled, we'll start. Okay, I'm gonna call the meeting to order. In attendance,
Safford.
Jane Plummer.
Megan Heil,
Karen Swanbeck.
Patrick Vaness.
Dan Hughes.
Forrest Tritzer.
all in attendance. Please rise, we're gonna do the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Stay standing.
We meet to serve our community, to use our resources wisely and well, to represent all members of our community fairly, to make decisions that promote the common good. We recognize our responsibility to the past and the future, the rights and needs of both individuals and community. As trusted servants, we seek blessings on our deliberations and on our efforts here today. May we act wisely and well.
Thank you. All right, first up on our agenda is approval of last month's meeting minutes. Do you have any changes, edits, clarifications? Scott?
I do not.
Jane?
Nope.
Karen? No. Dan?
No.
And I do not have any changes. Do I hear a motion to approve last month's meeting minutes?
I make the motion to approve the minutes as presented to us.
A second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And meeting minutes from last month are approved. We have one slight agenda change that's been requested, and that is that the comprehensive plan update be presented first. Are they ready?
It's Oxford's.
We got a lot of people in attendance. I don't want to keep waiting.
Good morning. Thank you. Just to check, thank you for having me here today. Does everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Yes. All right. With that, we'll get into it. I know we have a full agenda for the LPA today. For update on the comprehensive plan and also the LDR update efforts subsequent to comprehensive. So there was a brief introduction, project path and timeline, preliminary review and thoughts, and finish off with a discussion so I can bring it back to our group. Introduction, my name is Eddie Ning. I am the president for the Corradino Group in charge of the planning division. Consultant project manager for this project. I'm very excited to be working on this project. My background includes working with other communities that are barrier island communities such as Key Biscayne and Islamorada, and community cities such as Fort Lauderdale, which has barrier island in which we've written comprehensive plan policies for. The team also has Carla Hammond and Catherine on, which we'll meet at a later time. They also have experience, extensive experience with the project and timeline. We're currently trying to wrap up the issue scoping. Discuss that further in detail. What we're finding preliminarily and want to speak with you about and get your feedback on. We expect this task to complete in March of this year. We would then move on to a council workshop, hopefully early May, depending on when the council wants to schedule the workshop. For August, our plan is to have the preparation of comprehensive plan amendments resulting in this issue scoping and subsequent workshop discussions. Then work with staff to move toward a comprehensive plan amendment for October 2020. To this, we would then move with staff to begin looking at the adoption of land development regulation amendment for each individual element. There are some general items that we wanted to know. There are a lot of updates that are needed to bring the comprehensive plan into compliance. As usually one of the primary things we initially look at. It is a policy decision on where the town wants to go on specific items, and certain aspects to note certain qualities of place, and that will cause us to recommend for adoption policy a little bit differently. These updates include updated population and need projections, transportation and housing are two of the items, particularly combined into frame for transportation, which is required by statute. This is a really great and vital time to review the town's vision and where it wants to go. We know the comprehensive plan will be a set of goals to bridge between the vision of where the town wants to go and bring it to a point where we have the backing and the directive to draft regulations that about getting into more of a deep dive on development. And that includes looking at the future land use element. In addition to what we mentioned about updating population projections, we know that there are long-standing issues of looking at how we address redevelopment, particularly single-family units, number of room measurements, and so forth. I also want to take a deep look at the areas called out for redevelopment opportunities. There are some central uses that we would have to address. This is really stemming again from the updates needed from the state statute. How do we deal with items like hospitals, urgent care facilities, and assisted living facilities? Overall, the uses along Marine District and along Main Corridor, the Main Corridor to support economic development. It makes sense to concentrate restaurants and retail and so forth from one area, the commercial in one area, or to spread it along a corridor. Different island communities do it very differently, and we're still in the preliminary review. We would like some feedback on that. Also, construction control line considerations as well, the future land use, and of course, parking regulations, which also then goes into the transportation element. We look at community design element. As a doctor discussion, is that the visioning in many aspects of the plan, and we want to get a sense from our you, the residents, and the business owners, on how relevant are these visioning today? How do we reinforce the small town, or should we reinforce the small town character of Fort Myers? This an element really to create an appropriate balance between neighborhood needs and in this case, tourism development. There are also opportunities here to look at how we can look at our community development to promote walkability, at the neighborhood realm, and how it speaks to calming. There are things here as well that we should consider, in the age of climate change and considerations of mitigating the sea level rise, thinking about freeboard, building height measurements, and of course, no community design about discussion about the facade, the feel of the community, and how we address gateways to an island. Transportation element, in addition to the update that I mentioned that are required for the data portion by state statute, we really want to look at how we bring this into the next 21st century. The policies we deal with include everything from complete streets, thinking about each mode. Is the place walkable? How do we make it walkable? How do we improve transit? How do we encourage transit? Do we want to include technological aspects to this means of provide for traffic mitigation, programs include keep the community with a one-way out, one way in, one way out community. We're looking at very different policies, curb management, ability to elevate users. Again, parking and which goes hand in hand when you have and heading to and from the beaches. Also, management element is something we're looking very closely at. Local management element that we include policies of everything from post-disaster recovery to now dealing arrive. And then, we look at policies around public accessibility to water, shoreline erosion control, and coastal construction control line. And of course, there are very many policies, including that already exist. We want to review again. These policies are mandated by a state statute that make sure that in the process we'll update to what the state statute requires, and then go beyond that based on what desired as additional policy. Capital improvement element is that's technically updated every year because it includes your capital improvement plan. We're looking at it. We're looking at policies regarding whether you want to consider underground utilities, government coordination element. There's aspects of county impact fees and franchise negotiation. And in addition, not down here, but looking at the chain compact and so forth. The element we know was missing policies adopting a water supply is needed by state statutes and review of water supply. And so these are various things that would be needed and update the utility. We need to reincorporating updated data that would address conservation and sources of water and so forth. And these are really also an offshoot of water supply. The element we need to look at for workforce housing, where evaluating as we go forward, and we'd like to feedback you perceive may be considerations here. We work with communities and for example, we actually administered their affordable housing program. And there we're looking at policies, the same way we would look at here on how to work with neighboring communities off island AT programs as resources for affordable housing solutions here. Recreation element, where we want to consider thinking about public assets as well as cultural facilities. Cultural facilities, I know, so would parlay into the preservation element policy related to a mountain house. Big element, aspects of conservation policies in it, whether it's walk when you can walk on and so forth, and these are pretty regulated. That doesn't mean that if the council is that it can't go more strict than what water. There's a bit here we felt that we could explore with you on conservation education beyond just thinking about where turtles nest and so forth. For preservation, there's mountain house, there's Mr. Cowan characters and designation of properties, policies to a patch. We wrote several historic preservation elements where we to set up a situation where we can, the individuals and property owners can capitalize on grants and sort of the funding support maintenance of their building. And there's, these grants and sort of the funding can plan the program a lot. The stormwater management element, that goes back to utilities as well. And beyond that, there's some aspects a bit more, including the solution, updating the policy, latest best practices. We just did that in Fort Lauderdale, both conservation and stormwater. And with that, we have a full agenda, so I try to keep it as brief and quick as possible. I'm willing to go back and discuss any of the additional points, but we want to reach out to you and ask if there are any additional areas you that your consultant team focus on.
Just a preliminary, can you hear me?
I'm gonna switch from my Zoom, where I have, I'm gonna mute my Zoom so it doesn't echo. I'm supposed to switch to the YouTube, will help.
Okay. I guess my big question is, because this is all cursory and looks like it's just a cursory review of the place. Have they spent any time? What's going to be the public input? It was very 1 and 2, here's the policy, here's what we need to update and fix, but the missing piece that I got in this preliminary is anything that is public. So, because we're going to start joint meetings here, modifying this in. My big concern is that, as much as this was a cursory overview, that there was not a whole lot of public input at any time on the island.
Here's what we're doing. Thank you. What is your vision for the community? Does that need to be updated and tweaked? Those are the feedback, and those are the groups that we need to participate because they have access to people.
Because the things I heard in there, hospitals, long-term care facilities, here on the island, I just, that's why we're getting a little concerned about where this was.
Because we need to have a conversation about those. Those are under state law. You need to evaluate those. Okay. And I've had numerous calls and questions about assisted living facilities. You got to remember the town, obviously we're a beach community. We have these competing interests, which is assisted living facilities don't seem to make sense on the beach. However, that is a critical component to serving your community and the life cycle of people living here. So how do you provide those services? How do you allow those in your codes for somebody to make a determination if they want to build those? That's the conversation. Probably a dozen. I've had a dozen different calls about doing assisted living facilities. How do you do that with flood zones and evacuation issues and all that? I don't know. But our code does allow assisted living as an example.
Is that code or is that comprehensive?
Again, it's reevaluating the comprehensive plan to decide if there's an opportunity to expand, to encourage. making sure it's allowing for that flexibility if somebody wants to have it. We need more clinics, you know, those types of conversations are things that state law directs us to evaluate. But yes, I mean, obviously it's a shorter presentation, but they've been dug through everything we have. We've had in-depth conversations about topics and things that are maybe lightning rod issues, and also things that I've gotten feedback from people of, this is very important, we need to address that. You know, and affordable housing is one of those. How do we have workforce housing? How do we have affordable housing? Is it a cooperation with Lee County? Those types of conversations. So those are going to be some critical things that we.
Okay. So at this point in time, the public can go to this online survey, which should be up on their screen.
It's a short survey. It's feedback on some big picture things, and hopefully that'll get more participation. And then once you do that, we're going to have some more public input later on.
Okay. I also have questions, concerns.
Just to echo some of the things that Megan said, it looks like a tight timeline. Is the December timeline inclusive of land development code amendments, or is it just presenting what changes would be desired?
Kind of both. I think is with these things, I have a tendency to work out is once you get into that public component, they end up stretching some of those timelines out. We want to keep on a consistent path, but yeah, I mean, there's flexibility in the schedule.
And I would just caution staff, and I think from public sake here, we need to do this right. We need to take the proper time to get it done. Doing it expeditiously should be secondary. We need to give it time. I've been through these processes myself, and in a year to update the comp plan, then another year to update the LDC. It's probably more consistent with what I've seen elsewhere. So just, I would caution that. And then the other thing that, similarly to what Megan said, when you know, we start talking about major infrastructure improvements, need to be very careful as to how we structure those policies to not create unfunded mandates. And yes, we can have aspirational things in our comp plan that we'd like to do. If we start putting that we're going to underground all utilities, at one point the state is going to say, hey guys, are you doing it? And how are you going to pay for it? So if we don't have the funds, we have to be realistic as to what we can do, what we'd like to do. So it's a question of how those policies are structured.
And I think that the timing comments are very valid, and we appreciate that. Some of it is, you know, it's a tough balance. You want to be on a schedule and keep going, but you also don't want to slow down too much and get things stale. So we're trying to do an aggressive schedule to help encourage the public to participate. But at the same time, if things need to slow down and we need to address certain issues, that's fine. We can do that. I think the critical part is narrowing the focus. If you try to wordsmith every word in a comprehensive plan, it gets really bogged down. So the goal is obviously to get to the critical issues and big picture issues that are going to drive that future vision and that umbrella kind of overlapping, the umbrella over our policies, and then the rest of the stuff is kind of mundane, state required things that you have to include. But there's some big picture items that you mentioned that we have to make sure we hit.
I understand the mundane, states made us put this in here. It doesn't make sense for us, but the state made us put it in there. My other concern is that the public input happens in summertime, when our population is a tenth of what it is right now, and that probably isn't indicative of what the overall general public is looking for. They're not going to be here.
Right, and obviously the challenges are large groups and having a format which we can do that. So the attempts through more digital and electronic formats and online, whether it's town hall meetings online, there's some of those things we can try to accomplish. Hopefully we're kind of getting over the around the corner here, and that'll open up. But I agree, the timing is difficult with the summer versus the winter.
Piggyback off of what Megan said first, considering underground utilities as a capital expense after we've just destroyed the streets and done everything to try to consider doing that seems absolutely absurd to me. But, and then what kind of alternative water source would we try to?
Again, these are all regulations of the state that you have to evaluate and consider. You got to remember, when you're doing comprehensive planning updates or rewrites or new ones, There's a whole list of criteria in state law that says, these are the things you gotta look at and consider. They're not written specifically for us, right? They're written for, every community needs to evaluate these things, and so that's part of the checklist.
I agree, but like, we've had affordable housing on our checklist forever, and we even sent representatives from the town off island to, you know, say they were not in favor of a project on San Carlos Island, which stumped me, and I couldn't figure that one out, but I don't know where we would put affordable housing today on Fort Myers Beach, but, or why anybody would even ask for it.
It's one of the topics I get hit with all the time is how are we going to, moving forward, to have a economy that works? Or are we going to provide those other components? And it's not necessarily, I think what Edward was mentioning is it's not necessarily here on the island, it's a regional approach.
No, but we didn't support that, which really confused me.
And, you know, if I could echo that, Jason, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's one of the reasons we wanted to really look at not just the housing element aspect, but the intergovernmental element, coordination element aspect of this. We see the same issues in many of the other island communities that we work with. We noted with Isla Morada, and Jason, I think made a good point about the fact that this is really, you have to take a look at the regional aspect and then hone in, and because this is something that has a regional basis, but then affects the local policies that you would adopt.
And let's be clear, we're not using the term affordable housing. It's a broad, big term. It's
know.
market rate. It's,
I understand.
it's not, I don't want people to get confused of what that means. It's a bigger picture than just a 60% of average income or something like that. That's not what we're talking about.
No.
What is Vision Zero on one of those slides?
Correct me if I'm wrong, it's a state regulation about pedestrian deaths related to transportation systems. And it's, I forget what the timeline is, but they want to eliminate pedestrian deaths. Bike and pedestrian deaths. Is that correct, Edward? That's from the TPO, that's what they've it's mandated for, at the MPO level, we're looking at it and how to plan for capital projects and infrastructure to be able to accomplish that.
It's mandated at the county level too?
It is state down.
Well, I just noticed that the last there was reference to land development code amendments. The question, do I assume that's not really a comprehensive, but it's amendments that may be specifically related to interact with provisions of the comp plan? I mean, the scope of their doesn't encompass a complete view of the land development code, I don't imagine.
It's a comprehensive.
It includes a lot of updates. I mean, there's a lot of reorganization, a lot of, streamlining. There's a lot of that needs to be done as far as the codes go. That alone.
But I mean, yeah, I assume basically it'll be those that interact with comprehensive plan provisions.
There's probably some stuff that's getting pulled out of the comprehensive plan, put in the LDC. We've run into issues where stuff is
right,
not
so
where it belongs.
that's a good comment. Is there are things that are in the comprehensive plan now that are LDC type things, and vice versa. So clearing, making that boundary more clear of what's a comprehensive plan, goal, objective, or policy versus a land development code. That is part of it.
I could see some LDC stuff happening.
What's that?
I could see some LDC changes happening just as we're clarifying the comprehensive. We do run into times where stuff is in conflicting information's in both the LDC versus the comprehensive plan.
Example would be the disaster and post-disaster.
I knew he was gonna be
Yeah.
That could take 6 months.
That could, because they want to eliminate it.
Yes. All right.
Anyway, we just want to give you an update, and
Thank you.
and there's the council will have a similar update next week, and then obviously the next goal or benchmark is trying to get I believe, hopefully a workshop or joint meeting with you and the council in May. We'll try to confirm that and get that scheduled.
We've kind of held off doing that until we had some more information from. Appreciate his time.
Thank you, Ed. We're all set.
Pretty optimistic, frankly.
I think that December timeframe is too fast, but we'll see.
Thanks, Ed.
See. All right, so now we're gonna move on with our agenda and open up the public hearings. Where everybody in is going to, we're gonna do a mass swearing in.
Those who are going to give testimony here this morning, please stand, raise your right hand.
Certain, go ahead and do it.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you.
And then finally, Madam Chair, as each item is called, you will need to disclose any ex parte communications you may have had.
All right, first hearing on our agenda is the variance 2020091 for 5730 Estero Boulevard. I'm going to start with any ex parte communication.
On my part?
Did a drive-by.
Site visit.
Did a drive-by.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Ex parte communication's been divulged. Got my agenda here. The communications and the applicant presents its case. Here speaking on behalf of them. What's going on? For presentation? Bear with us. This high technology.
Right, and do I change those with anything here, or do you change them as I go?
All right. You state your name too for the record.
Joe McCarris Planning and Design, representing the Holcomb family on this property. As you can see above, the property is located on the Gulf side on Estero Boulevard, more than Mid-Island. And if we could go to the next slide. Scroll down to get it centered.
Fine. I
It's
can
gonna
see
be
it.
easy.
Good. Okay. Existing conditions. House is a 1940s little beach cottage. It was built Gulf, and since then the CCL line has been provided, which pushes the house right up against the CCL line, coastal construction line, which you can't build past. House was not torn down because the owners are trying to save a building that's a little bit historic, 1940s, then add to it by making it more. The house has an existing two-car garage in the upper left-hand of the property that's existing and has been there for many years. Currently, there is no pool. Also, as you can see on the site plan, the front of the property is much open, and we're locked in at the back. Bottom, and then I'll go up. The requested action is a variance from the following: Division 2, accessory use, building and structures, Section 341174, location and setbacks generally. No accessory use, building or structure shall be located closer to the street, right-of-way line, or street easement than the principal structure. Our principal structure was issues. Reason for our request, the rule was designed for traditional properties, really not for golf front properties. Again, the existing home was built in 1948, and the placement was done before any codes were adopted by the town of Fort Myers Beach. Hardship, the CCL line along the Gulf side face of the building and we can't put anything forward of that, so the pool can't go in front of the, or in the back of the house, et cetera, as it is. There are other examples here in town that have been allowed similar variances. For example, 572 has a pool in front of their primary structure and actually is located just to the west of our property. 5890 has a garage and or a structure out by the road. I don't know if it's a garage, and a pool in front of the principal structure. And 5760 looks like it has an attached garage to the house, but then the pool is in front of the principal structure. So it's something that has been allowed in the past, and we bring that up for reference. Below is the proposed site plan. You can see the remodeled cottage from the 1940s is the square in yellow. The pool is the area in blue, which is in front of the principal structure along Estero Boulevard. The new garage is also in green, or is in green, and is in front of the principal structure. And then the owners did not push all of these buildings and pieces, which is the pink area, up against the front setback. There's about anywhere between 8 and 10 feet along that area. So we're not pushing it up against the road. The yellow or the red arrow, a line along Estero Boulevard, just left is the proper or the setback line showing. We're not maximizing the lot, and we're being respectful because it's a little bit nicer, and they decided not to utilize all the room. Impact to public safety or injurious to public neighbors. We feel that there is none. Not so recurring as to warrant a change to the code. There probably are a few more properties on the Gulf that may need this, but we're not talking tons of them. The people most impacted by us having this variance to the, just got to make sure I'm north, south, east, and west on the island. The east and the west have provided a no contest affidavit, and that they've seen the plans and they don't have any issue with it. I'm going to back up because I wanted to bring up one item. Currently, we are in for permits, and we do have a breezeway connector between the yellow and the green, which would allow us to move forward. Because this is an older house, the connector is really just because we're trying to meet the code. And the owners really don't want the connector because it's not doing anything, and it's mute. Have it, we don't, you get the same look from Estero Boulevard. No one would be able, on Estero Boulevard, be able to look and see that the buildings are connected. So it's kind of a mute point that we could connect the buildings and meet all the requirements. It just doesn't make any sense, and they would rather not have the connection. They'd rather have the separated garage, which is typical of an older style home that has a garage separated from the house and not connected. I just wanted to bring that up because that is something, information that I just wanted to make sure you had. That's really it. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer any of them now or in the future.
Have the town come and ask some questions.
Okay.
Other one.
Hi, Carl Benj, Community Development. So I'll go over this briefly. We're talking about 5730. They're going for variance 2020-0091. And it's to variance from the Land Development Code 341174. He said to allow 2 accessory structures to be in front of the principal structure. The property was developed in the 1940s, so the principal structure is located to the rear of the property, leaving significant room for improvements between the principal structure and the street setback if they're approved. Project is a detached garage with a bathroom above base flood elevation and a pool and patio. And staff finds that if they did attach the garage, there'd be no need for a variance for the pool because the pool will be located adjacent to the principal structure and not forward of the principal. Other than that, if you guys have.
On the breezeway, if the breezeway is attached to the garage, then the garage would not need a variance, but would still need one for the pool structure, because the pool structure would be in front of the house, correct?
No, because it would consider all the primary structure, so the most front would be the garage, the breezeway.
I have a garage that is separate from my house, so I do understand that the need to be able to get through and around when you have trees and other things that are on the sidelines of your property that would affect you being able to get a trimmer thing through or anything for roofing or things like that. And I see the purpose of having them separated, and by having a breezeway, you limit the height and whether you could get something through because you have to have walls and things like that. So, I mean, I don't understand why more construction makes less an issue. And you have to add more construction and intensity and density to the property to allow it to be free of a variance where we could allow a variance and not have more put on the property. So that doesn't make sense to me. But, I mean, he's asking for a variance.
So he doesn't have to have his breezeway.
If you put the breezeway, it's part of the primary structure.
I get that, but I also get that that's why he's asking for a variance to not do that. And I just think more building and construction be considered more intensity and density. And so is there a happy medium in there?
No, that needs an LDC change, not for what we're talking about today. Scott, David,
Not yet, you can't, you're not on this one, you can, oh wait, yeah, you can.
he can, if you
Yeah,
want,
yeah,
if he
sorry.
has a direct answer, you can. We're asking both of them questions. Either one can answer it. But I guess my big point on what your comment though is that it's.
It's less intense getting the variance. We're not building more impervious area, I think is what you're trying to say. So it makes sense to allow it. The problem is typically you don't have a golf behind your house, and you wouldn't put the pool in front of your house, and that's standard. This is a little different. That's why the code is written the way it is. It's for normal properties that might have a golf course behind there or a preserve, and you definitely would put your pool behind the house. Might want to have your garage disconnected, so that is a kind of a funny thing, but you're not allowed to, if it's not disconnected, you'd have to go in for a variance, so I understand that. This is just one of those anomalies that we have both in front of the house, and your code doesn't allow it, and we're just saying, hey, we're really not asking, we're asking for less impervious area on a coastal beach, because we would have to put pavers down or concrete, and then we have a roof, and we're setting, so yes, it is less intense. To me, it's a no-brainer, but you're the ones listening here and protecting the
This isn't in the
public.
book.
Scott, do you have any questions of the applicant or the town?
Is there gonna be a pool cage on the pool?
No, not at this time, and we've never even discussed one in the year that we've been working on this.
And then you said you're gonna have a bathroom on top of the garage, so I'm assuming there's gonna be
It'll be out of the flood zone. It's so that if you're at the pool, can't go below flood, you can walk upstairs and use the bathroom without trenching all the way through the house, which is further away.
I want to take an opportunity, Jason Green, Community Development, I want to take an opportunity to touch on that. Per zoning, the structure is a garage, and it seems common sense, but per flood regulations, it's not a garage. And actually, that's the only reason why the structure can be there, is because of that bathroom that's above flood. It seems counterintuitive that we would want to encourage that. I just want to use that as an example of what we talked about during the presentation about the comp plan. There's LDC changes and things that we can redraft to clear that up. Flood regulations, because it's in a V zone, don't allow garages. To allow enclosures below or floor area for parking, storage, and access. They don't allow quote-unquote garages. So this is just one of the examples of when we go through these applications and we're talking to people, zoning versus flood versus, you know, and I know as an applicant, they went round and round with us and were patient with us, but there's competing regulations.
You're gonna have other stuff up there too, aren't you? Gonna have
So no,
No? Just the
bathroom,
bathroom.
right. So, and
Storage?
one of the things is the condition to make sure that, there's a condition to make sure that doesn't get converted, and we want.
I'm talking above it.
Right.
Yeah.
We
It's
want,
just-
because
a bathroom.
anything that's a living space then potentially creates a habitable space, which then is a violation of density, and we
Right.
get into apartments, which is one of the reasons why one of the conditions includes recording something in the public records that it cannot be converted. Space. We run into an issue where these storage areas become conversions. We're spending a lot of time code enforcement wise, partly because of our CRS rating and partly trying to make sure that, you know, life and property are safe. Trying to allow for some of this, but limit the future potential conversions if somebody else bought it. We don't want somebody.
Conditions covering that, because I don't see that condition in here. There are conditions of approval.
Number 3.
It's in there.
Condition 3 on page
Okay.
10.
Unlawful uses.
That is similar language to what we presented to you for the setback and the height change to the LDC. That if they were going to take an option to the carrot, so to speak, then they would record an instrument in the public record, so that when somebody does title search, when they start looking at buying the property, we want that to come up so that they are on notice that this is not a conversion, this is not an apartment, it's not a historic apartment that's been there since 1940. We don't want the records to be confused, so that's kind of the intent.
2021.
So it's a tool to help us avoid having to have that conversation after the fact with somebody, can understand it ahead. Again, the main point was the differences between flood and zoning regulations to accommodate this. Actually, the flood regulations, the way they're written, is what makes this possible, but it is
I'm
not
assuming that's VE zone.
Sorry?
It's VE.
Yes, it's a VE zone, so which has different regulations, obviously, than an A zone. I'd use that as an opportunity to point out, as an example of stuff that we can write out of the comp plan, code regulations to strengthen and for support of what our policies will be.
That's it. Thank you.
Forrest, do you have anything for
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Ken?
Yeah, I think this is I'm in favor of, and we'll be putting in favor of approval of this, but I have a question on the condition 3 on the restrictive covenant. I think I would hopefully address it to the attorney. In the event a violation is observed of the restrictive covenant, John, what are the sanctions? What does a restrictive covenant provide in terms of the remedy to the town in the event of a alleged violation?
Well, the most extreme remedy available to the town is to seek injunctive relief through the court system in a court order demanding or ordering the property owner to comply with the restricted covenant, which would be removal of whatever is the violation.
No, just a general comment. Not relevant to this case, but what we were discussing before, I find it difficult to make a distinction between a garage in front of a house, whether there's a breezeway connected to it or not. I think that we need to address in the code the situation that occurred across the monstrosity that occurred across from Smuggler's Cove. There's a huge building in front of the existing
You're
home,
talking the big garage.
because they've got a little piece of what's called a breezeway. It's okay. I think that should be somehow addressed. Apparently, we're gonna have to address it legislatively.
I don't know if we remove that, that would fix even that situation. The garage would still, if we didn't have that, the garage would be there. I mean, the garage is garage.
Right.
To us.
One thing that staff did ask too, as part of the variance, was that the garage not taller than the principal structure. We made it, very mass appropriate. It's smaller, it's broken down, it does have some dormers and things. It is very consistent with the level
For
there.
the property.
Yes, ma'am.
Us? Everything?
No issues, no concerns. I'm familiar with the property since it's in my general neighborhood. I'd like to commend the architect and the homeowners for doing an awesome job preserving an old cottage. They probably spent more money and more time doing that than starting from scratch. But it
It's
looks
beautiful.
great.
Yes.
And it's completely understandable why this variance is requested and needed. And I think we're accomplishing something also that's consistent with the comp plan and preserving old beach cottages. So I fully support that variance.
Second exactly what he said, because I'm in agreement with everything that you said.
If I may make just one brief comment for the record. I think that Board Member Venace's comment is appropriate, that you keep that comment in mind as whoever makes the motion, that you are applying the variance criteria to this property, and it either meets the criteria or it doesn't for the granting of the variance. And the fact that there are other properties out there that have similar type situation, it has no effect and should have no bearing on the LPA's consideration of the item before it. You take each one of these on their own, and each property owner has to demonstrate that they meet the criteria for the granting of a variance. It's not, well, there's other ones out there. So please keep that in mind as you make your motion presumptively to approve the item.
Hey, I have one. Is there a landscape plan? Looking at the pool. That's a very open property. Go by, it's a very open lot right there.
Right. We have the garage, and put landscaping in front of the doors because it's not side loaded.
Right, yeah.
And then we have a fence, not more than 6 feet, because I can't do more than 6 feet. Goes all along the front of the property to screen it, because they don't want people driving by looking either. With landscaping, and then we also have a trellis bar above for growies to get on. It will be absolutely beautiful. You'll drive by and won't even see the pool, and they won't see the cars either. Good question, because that is very important. Your public space is, in this situation, is really the backyard, because that's where everybody walks. Your private space is in the front yard, and they wanted to be privatized.
Any more questions for the town or applicant? Close that portion and open it up for public comment. Would like to speak on behalf of the project? Public comment on this project? State your name for the record.
Bobby Kemp, beach resident. Brian and Karen have done an outstanding job and their improvements are exactly that, improvements. I urge you to pass this variance. Excuse me, a little off here.
No problem. Any other public comment? Close public comment.
I will make a motion. Right, we're ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
I move we recommend approval of variance 2020-0091, having found that it meets the findings and conclusions on page 8 and 9 of our packet, and subject to the conditions of approval 1 through 4 as set forth on page 10.
Have to make sure to.
Well, I think the staff report is specific to this property.
All right. I'll second that for discussion.
Our discussion?
Yes? Have discussion. Why are we starting the penalty at $500? I still have a problem with that. Everything comes in as punitive instead of compliance driven, and I would like to see things come in as compliance, which is, we want them to bring it into instead of punitive, as in, this is a hardship to get through if there is some kind of violation. I would just like to suggest that. Would the motioner consider that?
Sorry, I don't.
The $500 a day fine, would you
Oh,
consider
yeah,
doing
well,
that
I
to
know you've got
100?
a thing about that, and I sort of agree with you there. I don't know, I think it should be subject to a general penal provision rather than a specific on each, but
Would you support moving that to 100, and I would second that? As opposed to 500?
you want me to amend, are you amending?
Yes, I'm asking you to amend.
And how are you wording it?
Just change it to 100 instead of 500.
Wait a minute, what is the actual, whoa, time out here, what is the actual table of,
Starts with 100.
what is the actual violation without this special condition? You say we're not to comply.
I would imagine primarily we're talking, or most likely violation would be conversion of that building.
What she's asking is the fine table, is that what you're asking?
I don't want to sit here and set fines. We are not here to set the actual fine for this. That's not our job.
I agree.
So that is the term and condition that's in here. I don't want to deviate from, if we take it out, deviate from the actual fine table that we have and set something different. That's not our job.
We've
Well,
had
that's
this
true.
argument before, and we kind of lost it, I
Keeps
thought. They
mysteriously
insisted on,
popping up on everything.
Well,
Yeah.
and I think I've heard many times in here that they've asked for something special, so we can ask for something in return. But it's
I mean,
stated
with all
to
due
us,
respect,
but-
I wouldn't say it's mysterious. I would ultimately say we've been pretty consistent, maybe just not consistent with what you're requested,
We're
but
just not here to set fines, and so if you want it removed, that's one thing, but not to set an actual amount.
I haven't been with this committee, and this discussion's come up, but I agree with the rest of the panel that, again, we're not here to set fines. If there are other code provisions that deal with that, why do we put that in here?
It's been our question for the last 2 years.
Well, and
And if we just simply remove it, is that inconsistent with the code? And
Just make this very easy. You move this forward with the recommendation that language be removed.
I think that's, and rather than setting a dollar
Make,
amount, we
make,
just
make
recommend.
that amendment to the motion.
I move to make, I request I make amendment to my motion to eliminate condition 4 and fine be subject to the general penal provisions of the Land Development Code.
Second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The variance passes.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful cottage, I love it.
Really.
Now we're going to open hearing for DCI 2020-009 Myerside CPD zoning. I'll call for any ex parte communication. Patrick, just caught you at a bad time.
Answer, yes, Patrick Vanass for the record. I have submitted a conflict of interest form, so for everybody to be fully aware, I've been retained by the applicant to represent them on planning and zoning matters. I will recuse myself from any deliberation or voting on this case. I will step down and go join the applicants here and back on the dais afterwards.
This was prior to joining the LPA.
Yeah, I was already retained prior to joining the LPA.
Aaron,
Drive by.
did a site visit and met with the owner.
My communication really goes back to 2015, and this was presented in 2016. So I haven't had any conversation on this project.
Site visit, I met with the owner.
First,
Site visit and I also met with the owner.
Wait, I have more disclosure. I also had this property for sale prior to them buying it long, long time ago. So just want to disclose that. I didn't make any money on it.
Specific to this project.
I got married there.
There you go. Lots of discussion here.
Don't let that prejudice you. I met with the applicants, had discussion.
Application's been divulged. Go ahead and open. Is somebody here for the applicant?
Good morning. Morning, Madam Chair and members of the LPA. Well, my name is Beverly Grady with Retzo and Andrus, and Patrick Vaness with RWA is our expert planner. The owners are here, Beverly and Roland of Myerside LLC. It is great to be here today to present this unique opportunity. Today's case is going to take you back in time because it's an opportunity to recognize the historic character of Fort Myers Beach through these cottages. These cottages like these were a primary design and part of the fabric of the town of Fort Myers Beach long before it was a town. This proposal celebrates those cottages and is seeking a rezone to planned development zoning that allows conditions to be attached. It has a detailed site plan, and it will recognize the value of maintaining and providing for these cottages, which add to the character of Fort Myers Beach. As you read your comprehensive plan, you will see different policies and a lot of the pictures and the artist renderings that are throughout the plan that promote these cottages and what they have offered and been part of at Fort Myers Beach. I've been here since '77, so I can remember coming out to Fort Myers Beach. And now each time I come, there are fewer and fewer cottages being replaced by other development. That architecture is part of the comprehensive plan, and there are comp plan policies that also support those cottages. We would ask you to remember in 2015, when the north half of this property was granted a special exception for bed and breakfast for the 7 dwelling units for there, that record reflects what had happened to this property, how it had deteriorated, caused social problems, and congratulated these owners on the improvements that were made, which were an asset for Fort Myers Beach. The addition of the other property between the original bed and breakfast and Estero Boulevard, it made sense to come in and rezone the property, which was the recommendation from the town, in order to have a small-scale resort. A resort that is at a scale that fits with the town. And so there's no variances or deviations for extra height. We're well within the density, and we're going to present that today. You did see we have a staff recommendation of denial. So we're going to need some time this morning to be able to thoroughly review and present this application to you. You will hear a professional planner's professional opinion and expert opinion. This application is consistent with the town's comprehensive plan and the land development criteria for rezoning. And we will also have to review the staff report. All right, so what is the request? We have 1 acre of property. We're rezoning it from RC to commercial plan development. The schedule of uses is really pretty brief. It's a resort use with 14 guest units and accessory commercial. There's a small restaurant that's right on Estero Boulevard that will serve the guests at the resort, and will also opportunity for pedestrian traffic. And there's a small little retail boutique of 600 square feet. So you see the location. It's located really on the north side of Estero Boulevard, between Town Hall and between the public library. Right. The same. The map is small on the slide, but I brought my future land use map from the town of Fort Myers Beach. And I think that what's important in just starting to take a look at where is the boulevard designation? This property is in Boulevard, and if you look at the comprehensive plan, and it used to be on that wall over there, but there are really 4 areas that are only designated as Boulevard. So the first one is the large one, which goes from Pearl to Voorhees, and it includes this property. Both sides of Estero, that's the longest stretch of Boulevard. The second one, going south, is the Publix. And the third area is Lazy Way to Sterling. And the fourth one is Mound Road to Curlew Street. So, right there. And what is interesting when you look at what's around each of those discrete areas of Boulevard, you will see, if we start at the south, it is surrounded by the low density to the north. The single-family neighborhood is right up against the commercial boulevard. If you move up to Lazy Way, you see the single family to the north, the east, the south that surrounds that. So those are residential neighborhoods right up to the boulevard. If you look at, well, you know Publix has single family right next door, and it's got Ocean Harbor on the other side. All right, so now let's look at the boulevard where this property is located. So if you're up near where the Tops used to be in Chapel, there's all single family up behind that, from Pearl, Tropicana Way, and then, but if you look at our property, and I did find this interesting in the staff report, it never cited what the surrounding future land use categories were. Look at our property. I put pink over it so it could stand out. But to our west and to our north is recreation. Unit per 20 acres. No residential. Not ever going to have residential. And then Patrick's going to go into detail. We've got a library and a church to the east. We've got other resorts to the south. And to the west is the recreation, the parking lot for the park, and you have one single family home, and we have a letter of no objection. And when I conclude, I want to make sure I file those originals with the clerk. So we have 3 exhibits, but we want to file those letters so you have them in your record from some of our neighbors having a support of this rezoning application. We think that's important, and Patrick will go into more detail, but there's no commercial intrusion. And he had some quotes from an old case, and I will be wanting to get into that. All right. Our intent for redevelopment is to preserve these historic cottages. Through this plan development, we want to actually enhance the existing uses. Make this a small-scale resort-type location that has some food and beverage service right on Estero Boulevard and has a very small boutique on Estero Boulevard. That fits in with the uses along Estero Boulevard at that location. So we're promoting this resort use at a size and a scale consistent with historic Fort Myers Beach. I mean, when you drive Estero Boulevard and you see these cottages, and you've seen them, and we have pictures, we believe that fits in with this location and that this will be an asset. So it's approving and legitimizes existing and planned uses to allow further improvements and enhancements. And Patrick will go over in detail the master concept plan. So I had to go back in time again because the staff cited a 1996 zoning case. And we have a number of concerns about that, because we think it's important to consider what was happening at that time. First of all, that's the site plan attached to the denial resolution. That zoning application was on half the property. I didn't say that in the staff report, but only half the property, and the half that's on Estero Boulevard. So to the north of that piece is our 7 dwelling units that were residential at the time. So you didn't get, and the beach doesn't have, because I made a public records request, the application for the 1996 zoning case. didn't get, and the beach doesn't have the 1996 hearing examiner recommendation, because this property was in Lee County when it was filed. It was heard by the Lee County hearing examiner, who recommended approval of the 1996 zoning case, which is also not stated, but the beach doesn't have that hearing examiner report. So then it was scheduled as the first zoning case on Fort Myers Beach on February 9th.
Very first one?
Very first one.
Wow.
Very first one. The beach, you know, formed December 31st, 1995. Council held a number of meetings on February 9th, 1996. This was a zoning case. Well, what else was going on? Oh, let me back up. On that plan, that application was for 6,000 square feet of commercial on what is half the property here today. I wanted 14 guest units on half the property that's here today. And the staff report states that that application was less intense. It was way more intense than what we're requesting here today. All right, so in February 1996, go back. February 2nd, the Beach Civic Association files 3 lawsuits against the town of Fort Myers Beach, challenging land use cases that have been approved in Lee County, but they were challenged. So they filed those lawsuits against the town of Fort Myers Beach. That's on February 2nd. On February 5th, 1996, at the council meeting, there was a proposed moratorium on development orders and rezoning, and the public comment, and I have copies of that to file with the clerk, are all about the moratorium. And they schedule February 15th to have a workshop on the draft moratorium ordinance. In between that, this case gets heard. The very first zoning case for this commercial. And the council, it's a 4-to-1 vote. It was denied in February. So I'm just pointing out the things that were happening is lawsuits on land use, moratoriums, so there'd be no more zonings. You would never say a case had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. That was it. So that owner filed under Florida statutes, the Florida Land Use Environmental Dispute Resolution Act challenge. You file this petition, you get a special magistrate. The special magistrate actually recommended approval of this zoning. And back to council in November. So the only thing in your file is minutes of the November meeting, and there's a resolution of denial that has that site plan. So all we're saying, there's a lot of context, and also the intensity that was requested is far greater than anything being requested. So to use that case has no bearing. The other statement made, so what did the town do after? Because there's a statement that the policies used to deny that, which is from the 1996 Lee County Comprehensive Plan, because that's what you used. There's a statement those policies haven't changed in the town. I mean, that just is not accurate. So I actually got copies of the 1996 policies that were cited in the council's denial. And I'm going to file those for the record because none of them have any bearing. And the most important one, I think, is 18.2.1, which is a policy that required that a plan be developed. And a plan hadn't been developed for what was that designation for, and included Fort Myers Beach, anything that was urban community, hadn't been developed. That was one of the claims. Well, since that time, you, of course, adopted a whole new comprehensive plan prepared just for the town of Fort Myers Beach. That was 1999. In 2003, you adopted an entirely new land development code that was consistent with the comp plan you had denied. And in 2004, you adopted new zoning maps that had new and different categories, the map that I just showed you and the one that's in our PowerPoint. So the policies that were cited in council's denial, one was 5.1.5 about commercial intrusion. But when you read the details, it's because the north half of our own property had 7 residential dwelling units, and they were putting commercial next to it and not with any adequate buffers. So, I mean, that was what was creating the problem. And 6.1.2 and 6.1.5 don't, I mean, they don't exist and have not existed in the town. And 18.2.1 says you should have a plan. Well, that's exactly what has happened since the 1996 case, is this town developed its comprehensive plan, its land development code. And here we are today talking about a major amendment to that plan that was adopted in 99. So the changes since the 1996 case, we have a whole new comprehensive plan, a whole new land development code, and the surrounding uses have changed. In 2015, this LPA and council approved bed and breakfast on the north half of the property. The public library to the east has greatly expanded with the new addition. The fire district purchased Top's property. Oh, and then in this RC zoning, 3 lots to our east, the town acquired 2 of those lots from Stara Boulevard into the park, so that's now institutional use and the new access that's going to be beautiful and is part of the Bay Oaks plan. So we think that is also, and plus you have the future of Bay Oaks Park improvements, which is abutting our property, and that's a major change also. So at this point, I wanted to file the letters of no objection, which he passed them out. All right, great. I do want to file, I have a set just for the clerk, because I wanted to file copies of the Lee Plan policies cited in council's denial of November 1996, and I also wanted to file just some backup. The front page is of 2 of the 3 lawsuits that were filed on February 2nd, the minutes of February 5th, 1996 that discusses the moratorium, the February 16th workshop, and a first page of the draft moratorium ordinance, and then the letter from the town to League of Cities trying to get assistance and legal representation to defend them from the 3 lawsuits. So that just puts that 1996 case in context. And plus, it was half the property, not all of the property. So we would like to introduce Patrick to now review how we meet the comprehensive plan, present the master concept plan, and compliance with the land development code. Jason, are you the official recipient of exhibits? I mean, you don't have the clerk's not here.
Good morning. For the record, Patrick Vanass with RW Engineering. Just to reiterate what I said a minute ago, I have filed a conflict of interest form. I was retained by the applicant prior to joining the LPA, so I am recusing from voting on this. But with that said, with the presentation, we carefully reviewed staff's report. It's in your packet. I know you've read it. There's quite a bit there. There's a lot for us to unpack, and it might take a while, so I apologize ahead of time, but I think we have to take appropriate time and look at the comp plan in detail and address some some land development code issues as we move forward. Before I jump into this, though, I think there's 3 major issues that we really need to touch upon. First one is the uses that we are proposing and this aim of commercial intrusion. The second one, and that all lends itself to the appropriateness of the uses that we are asking for in this location. The second one is related to density and how density is generated on this property. Demonstrate that we are compliant with the plan. And lastly, I think it's the master concept plan and the details of that plan and the deviations. I'll go through that quickly, and I'll really open it up to questions from the group. I think some of it is self-evident, so I'm going to try to go a little quickly on that part. So with that said, I will move this forward to the next slide, which is, well, before I jump into this, just want to state for the record that we respectfully disagree with staff's findings and conclusions, and it's my professional planning opinion that we are indeed consistent with the comp plan and the land development code, and that's what I'll be demonstrating through this presentation. So with regards to our zoning and the adjacent zoning to our property, we are located right smack in the middle of this map. I know you're familiar with the general location, the intersection of School Street and Estero Boulevard. We are surrounded by commercial zoning. That's what I've used my Sharpie there and put in pink. And all the areas in yellow are institutional zoning category. So from the standpoint, as Beverly mentioned, of comparison to the 1996 case, we're really comparing apples and oranges here. We are buffered by other uses, and the one adjacent residential property has provided a letter of support for that. Moving to the next slide, as I mentioned, this is the location of the subject property. Let me go through all the uses that are right by us so we really make the case as to what the character is of this neighborhood. So if we look north of us along Estero Boulevard, we have Chapel by the Sea, which is a church use. As we move south, we have Town Hall, building that we're in today, institutional governmental use. Further south, we have the Tops property that has been purchased by the fire district and will be used in the future for, again, at the intersection right there, there's a cluster of vacation rentals. Beyond that, we have Bay Oaks Recreational Park, and it wraps all the way behind our subject property. And as Beverly mentioned, there's been 2 lots acquired to create an access right onto Estero. So that'll be a park, institutional type of use, also recreational use. Immediately north of us, we have one residential property that supports this project. As we move further south, we have the elementary school, we have a church there, and we have the public library, which has been significantly expanded since the 1996. Beyond that, we have the Sea Grape Commercial Plaza, and beyond that, we have Red Coconut also, which is across the street from us, characterized by multifamily condominium buildings. Some of them are older at a scale similar to what we are asking for. Some of them are much bigger, a lot more massing, a lot bigger scale. Some of the examples, we've got the La Villa Resort, we've got Bay Point Real Estate offices right across the street from us, Estero Beach Club, and Shell Inn Resort also, right across the street from us. I think when we talk about comp plan consistency and the appropriate of the uses, we do have to go back and look at the comp plan comprehensively. And when we look at that, we have to also look at the vision of the comp plan, not just the policies, but the vision. And the vision talks to what people wanted to see in the future on the island. And the civic complex vision is the one that is directed to this area of the beach. And just to highlight a few things that are on there, it talks about creating a lively street scene. I'll talk about this. Our commercial uses are right up against Estero Boulevard. How you activate the public realm and you make it inviting and engaging is by being close to that street. It's also doing what we're doing. When we create that restaurant, we want an outdoor deck. Again, to create activity on the street, make it inviting for pedestrians and cyclists. So I think we meet that vision. Also, it talks about minimizing trips along Estero Boulevard. If we have a resort with accessory uses, with some commercial uses where people can eat, maybe people get some of their beach supplies right there at that little boutique, they don't have to get in the car and they don't have to drive along Estero. It also talks about restoring and promoting new cottages. Again, I think the importance is architectural style, the scale, and the feel that you get from those cottages. Again, if we were, and I'll talk about this, if not for this plan development, if not for the flexibility it provides, these cottages can't be viable in the long run, and they'll disappear. So also, right there highlighted is talk about infill development in the spirit and the scale of the beach's classic cottages. And it also talks about small-scale retail consistent with the historic theme. And I think we are doing that with our application. On the next slide, we see the Boulevard description, policy 4-B-5. Our property is located within the Boulevard future land use category. Without reading everything here, I just want to highlight a few things. The Boulevard category does envision a mix of uses, does envision historic cottages, and it talks about less intense commercial use. We're in complete agreement with that. We are asking for commercial uses, but we are asking them at a scale, and also in an area that is complementary to what we are asking. And the commercial uses with regards to the restaurant and the boutique are accessory to the overall project. Also, this future land use category talks about the allowed density. And in your staff report, staff talks about the limit of 6 units per acre within the Boulevard category. And they explain that, yes, the platted overlay applies. So Boulevard says 6 units per acre unless you're within the platted overlay. And you can ask for up to 10 units. We are within the platted overlay. But then I believe staff, and I'll get to that in the next few slides, but we're going to demonstrate how the 10 units per acres applies to our project, and we believe we have the right to ask for up to 10 units per acre on the property. But the last sentence here on this Boulevard category talks to the amount of commercial uses within the Boulevard future land use category. When this was written, there was roughly 47% of it commercial, and the comp plan envisioned all the way up to 70%. On our next slide, this is the table that's in the comp plan that provides an inventory of what those uses are. And what I've highlighted there on the far right is additional allowed acres of commercial. And it shows up to 14.8 acres. We haven't done the accounting on the entire island. Things change very little. It takes a lot of time for change to happen on the island. I'm sure we've lost some commercial. We might have gained a little, but we are far, far away from that 14.8 acres. So this idea that we are commercial intrusion and being characterized as not consistent with that neighborhood, I think we all know that the neighborhood is very commercial in nature, that the Boulevard future land use category envisions that and allows for that. Next slide deals with platted overlay. And that's significant in looking at how we generate density on this property and what we can request. And this goes hand in hand. First, we have to establish the density that is allowed. And since we are taking residential density and converting that to guest units, we first have to establish allowed residential density. So we are within the platted overlay. Staff acknowledges that. But staff points to the last sentence that is bolded here. It says, in other categories, including ours, it applies only to recognize existing dwelling units that were built legally, but which would be non-conforming under a density cap of 6 units per acre. We agree with that. Just don't interpret it the same way. Okay? So what this does is, comp plan came in, put a label of boulevard on a bunch of properties. Then people realize, well, there's a bunch of existing buildings there, and some of these properties are beyond 6 units per acre. What do? We create an overlay that recognizes that those buildings were legal, they were built with the appropriate permits. Again, let me reiterate, our buildings are legal. They are non-conforming because the rules have changed over time. But these non-conformities were not created by the applicant. They were created because the rules had changed and become more stringent over time. So what this says is we recognize that some properties have more than 6 units per acre on them. We will allow those properties to keep their entitlements, and we allow up to 10 units per acre on those properties. We've demonstrated that we have 12 lawful units. If you look at the staff report, in the staff report, they reference the bed and breakfast approval. There was a table in that ordinance that has been copied to the staff report. It shows 7 units, okay? 7 guest units. It shows, 3 existing buildings. And also on the first page of the staff report, when it looks at current uses, it acknowledges right now that the front portion, and when I say front portion, I mean the portion towards Estero, that wasn't part of the B&B approval, as the remaining buildings, the 5 remaining units, were 12 lawful units. Then, once we've established the allowed density of 10 units per acre, we have to look at the conversion of that density to guest units. So again, this is the policy that I've got here that allows for this conversion. It refers back to the Land Development Code where there is a table. And you have to look at the size of the units that you want to provide and what that conversion will be. What's important to note here in yellow is that it says that these conversions may vary between a low range of 1 guest unit for every residential unit, and it can go up to 3 guest units for every residential unit. And what we are proposing is less than what is allowed per that comp plan. Next slide is the Land Development Code section, which talks about those ratios. If you look at the table, and that was copied and pasted from the LDC, the area identified for Boulevard is highlighted, and the conversion ratios range from 1.5 guest unit for every dwelling unit, all the way up to 2.5 guest units for every dwelling unit. And it all depends on the size of those proposed guest units. On the large ones, ratio is 1.5. On the small guest units, up to 2.5. This is a table that I created. Bear with me, quite a bit of detail on here. I'll try to explain it as best I can. If you have any questions, please interrupt me and I'll clarify things. So, column on the far left is the various lots that have been referenced in the staff report. The next column over is the buildings that exist on the property. I've numbered those buildings according to the master concept plan. And then the following one is the number of units within each of those buildings. And I gave a breakdown of those existing units and the size of those units. And we have the equivalency ratio that we just talked about that's in the code. Then what that equates to an allowable guest unit. What I'd like to point out is Everything where we look at the 131 to 151 School Street, buildings 5, 6, and 7, those were subject to the bed and breakfast approval. So I did not go into the equivalency ratio. That's been discussed, that's been approved. The density that was rendered from that was 7 guest units, so I just reflected that, 7 guest units with an asterisk. It's already been discussed and approved. So that leaves us with the buildings that were not subject to the B&B approval. In agreement with staff, staff agrees with the number of units that we have in there and the sizes of those units. And I apply the multipliers, those equivalency ratios. And when you apply those equivalency ratios, those buildings not subject to the B&B, you can ask for up to 10 guest units from those, based on those sizes. Plus the 7 that have been approved already through the B&B, looking at a potential for 17 allowable guest units. Our request is less than that. Our request is for 14 guests. So, to me, it's pretty clear that we are compliant with the comp plan. We are compliant with the allowed density on this. And to just go back, that last sentence in the platted overlay, and I think staff's interpretation is associated with that. Let me find that. I think they're looking at where it says existing dwelling units. As part of our application, when we get into it, we are asking for the opportunity to bring one more building onto the property. It's not existing on the property today. That's irrelevant. You have to look at how the density is generated. So the applicants today want to preserve those existing cottages. But they could be coming in here and saying, this is our allowed density. We want to tear everything down and we want to rebuild it. So we wouldn't say, no, it's got to be existing, you have to keep it. You don't have to keep it. It's got to be lawfully existing. You generate the density. That density is an entitlement that you can move forward with. I think that's addressed the density. I've already talked about this slide as I went along. Moving forward, just want to touch upon the commercial intrusion issue again. I think this map paints the picture. Also, I want to make the point that there is very limited residential uses other than the multifamily condos in close proximity to us. Only property that abuts us that is residential has provided a letter of no objection in support for the project. The project is surrounded by commercial and institutional uses. The uses are consistent and complementary to the existing ones surrounding us, accessory to the resort use. Scale, complementary, it is consistent with what we envision the comp plan. The Boulevard future land use category allows for commercial, and it is predominantly commercial. If you allow more than 50% to be commercial, that is predominantly commercial. And the proposed uses will indeed enhance the public realm, and those uses are at a scale, and the types of uses we are proposing are very much pedestrian oriented and very much to serve guests of the resort and just local residents or locals or visitors that might be passing by, either walking or cycling. Other comp plan, some other comp plan policies that I want to point out, and those will come back as we talk about some other issues associated with the master concept plan, but policy 3A1, 3A4 in the comp plan talks about the town trying to evaluate some of the areas on the beach and put in, either come up with plans or put in regulations that support preservation of historic cottages. So it talks to that. And it also talks about having commercial uses. And one thing I want to point out also, it acknowledges that in order to restore some of these cottages and to maintain them, that there might be a requirement to ease. Okay, so that means to relax requirements associated with parking and with, let me read this with my glasses. Says, uses consistent with the historic theme, including ease, setback, and parking regulations. So that's going to come into play also when we talk about the master concept. Okay. So with regards to the request for the rezone, as I mentioned, if not for the ability to ask for a plan development that provides flexibility, and it provides flexibility with issues such as setbacks, buffers, parking requirements. If not for this, there is no ability to preserve these cottages into the future. It just becomes where it's not viable. We have some applicants here that want to move forward. They want to make renovations. But if basic issues such as density and the number of guest cottages is not settled, and there's all this uncertainty, no one's going to invest a bunch of money into this. So they need that certainty to be able to move forward and further enhance their property. So this is the master concept plan. We're given oversized 24 by 36 copies of that. The master concept plan has multiple pages. A lot of times when we do master concept plans, they're nice and simple. It's one page. We needed to have multiple pages to, on the first one that you're looking at here, reflect those existing conditions. So not only is this master concept plan providing for legitimizing the uses and the existing conditions, but it's also providing some assurances to the town of this is what's there today. As we move forward, we are going to have to be consistent with this master concept plan, and things are going to have to, any improvements are going to have to occur in compliance with that master concept plan. So it does provide some assurances and some control to the town moving forward. These are the existing conditions, 7 existing buildings on there. I've identified all the existing parking, and we'll talk about that a little bit in a minute. The changes that are being requested are going to be phased. So I'll touch upon that right now. The first phase, the intent is to remove building number 2, that is along Estero, and push that building back to the interior of the property. Also within the first phase afterwards would be to convert buildings 1 and 3 into the accessory commercial small restaurant, roughly 600 square feet and about the same size, a small boutique that would provide some sundries and supplies for the guests at the resort. Also, what you see here is as part of the first phase, we put this centralized parking. We eliminate some of the existing parking that backs onto Estero. No more parking whatsoever backing onto Estero. It'll be a right-in only, Estero, right out onto School Street. Really improves the circulation and the movement. And when it comes to traffic and having people back out and slow down traffic, that eliminates any of those movements. So that is the first phase. Within the second phase of the project, in the upper left side on this slide, we show the 8th building coming in. Right now, it's undetermined if it's going to be an existing beach cottage that will be relocated to this property. That's what they'd like to do. Always challenges with doing that and building code issues. So it could possibly be a new building that would house 4 guest units. Again, keep in mind that when the 2 cottages along Estero are converted, there are no more guest units in there. Today we have 12 existing units. We are asking for 14 guest units. And this shows kind of the final layout of 8 total buildings, a new building coming in, 14 guest units, 2 accessory commercial uses. As I mentioned, some of the details, I think it's best if we just, if you ask questions and I can provide those answers. I do want to talk about the consistency criteria that is in the staff report, and I want to address those one by one. So the first one says, whether there exists an error or ambiguity which must be corrected. We talked about all the changes that have occurred since 1996. There have been changes to the comp plan, to the LDC. There have been physical changes around us. The density on the property is in question. So I definitely do believe that we need to clarify that. And we have to provide some assurances that they do have that density secured. Whether there exists change or changing conditions, same thing, we talked about that. There are many changing conditions. And some of these changes are forthcoming also. Bay Oaks is a perfect example. Any changes coming from there. The impact of the proposed change, the intent of this chapter, again, I think we are consistent with the comp plan, consistent with LDC. Where we can't meet the exact letter of the code, we ask for a deviation. We fully support and justify why we need that deviation. Again, it's because it's existing cottages that are located in such a place where they don't meet setbacks today. Deviation is required to legitimize what's existing. It wasn't their doing, it was because the laws and the rules changed over time. Testimony by the applicant, that's what we're doing. The recommendation by staff, you have that in your packet. Testimony by the public, I don't know if we've got anybody here that will talk about that, but they have that opportunity. And then staff and the LPA has to look at if the request is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies, the intent, and with the densities, intensities, general uses of the comp plan. We've sufficiently addressed that and demonstrate that, yes, we are compliant. Whether the plan development meets or exceeds performance requirements or locational standards, we meet and exceed those other than the deviations that we've requested. And again, I think those deviations are fully justified. Whether the urban services are available, yes, they are. Whether the request will protect, conserve, and preserve environmentally critical areas. There are no environmentally sensitive land species or bugs and bunnies on our property. Whether the request will be compatible with existing or planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, detriment surrounding properties. Again, I think we are very consistent with surrounding properties and surrounding uses. Have letters from adjacent landowners that support our application. Whether the location of the request places an undue burden upon existing transportation or other services, facilities. From a transportation standpoint, the traffic that will be generated from this property versus what is there today is negligible. We're not, it's so little that we were not asked to provide a transportation impact statement. Again, we think that the circulation pattern, the parking we're making is a benefit from a transportation. And then it says for plan development zonings, there's more criteria, which is on the following page. But quickly going through those, is the mix of uses appropriate on the subject property? We believe so. Are there sufficient safeguards for the public interest? We believe so. All recommended special conditions are reasonable related to the impacts on the public's interest. Again, we had a recommendation for denial. They were not, we did not have any special conditions. Obviously, we want to be good neighbors and understand that if conditions are needed and it can work with the applicant, we are open to that. The proposed project meets all specific requirements of the comp plan. What's related to us is the boulevard category. The last one deals with traffic analysis. So from a consistency with the LDC, I believe we addressed all of those that we are compliant. Just to reiterate, the rezone provides several benefits. This for the applicant. Eliminates back out movements onto Estero. Right now, we have several parking spaces along Estero, and people have to back out Estero when there's a lot of traffic. We eliminate that. Light in only, improve traffic circulation. We have currently 18 parking spaces that back out either onto Estero or School Street. We are reducing that as much as possible and still meeting code requirements for parking down to 11. We are improving property as best we can. We are providing space internal to the project for water management. When they come in with improvements to the property, they will have to go through the development order process. That some water management improvements will be needed, which is a benefit for the property and for the area. We provide a regulatory plan that is binding, provides assurances down and for the applicant. So with regards to the deviations, best way to do this might be if you open up your large master concept plans, because otherwise I think on the small screen we might have trouble seeing what those are.
Which page would you like it to be on?
If you turn to the phase 2 plan, it kind of shows the final configuration. Deviation number 1 is a deviation to setback requirements. And the setback requirements that are most consistent with what we are proposing are the commercial resort setback requirements.
Next to last page.
top of his speaker.
Phase two.
Second to last page. First drawing.
Didn't he say phase two, which has the engine? That's what he said. Patrick, do you want phase two, the last page, or the?
The last page shows you the final configuration,
Okay.
includes everything on it, so that's the best one to look at.
Oh,
Dan, I think you're right over top of your speaker, which is causing,
Ripple
am I
effect.
doing?
yes, which will cause a ripple effect for anybody watching.
If you put it on the floor, you can probably see
got it?
it.
I'm just gonna move your microphone for a second. We good?
Yep.
I'll give it a second, and
Microphones.
everybody feels that the noise has abated, and we'll move forward.
We done moving the papers?
In theory.
I'm watching for my thumbs up in the back here. We good? All right.
Okay, apparently we are good on the noise. So I'll start with deviation number 1. Deviation is a side setback deviation. As I mentioned, since we're asking for a commercial plan development, we have to look at the zoning district that most resembles the use we're asking. The zoning district that resembles the most in this case is a commercial resort. The requirement is for a 15-foot side setback. We're asking for deviation from that requirement for buildings 1, building 7, building 8. Those are all existing buildings, okay?
Building 8 is not existing in the previous plans.
Yeah, correct. Sorry, I misspoke there. That building 8 would be coming in on the second phase. So buildings 1 and building 7 are existing. The deviation allows 6.9 feet for building 1 instead of 15, 4.3 for building 7. Building number 8 would allow for a 7-foot setback. Building 8 is coming in. However, if we are going to meet the separation requirement between buildings of 50, we're putting that building 8 as we can to building number 6 and respecting that separation, respecting the ability to provide pathways in between, and asking for also your development standards table. I want to clarify that what it says is those deviations apply to those conditions today. Moving forward, if any new buildings, so if things get torn down and rebuilt, then development standard would have to be met. Deviation number 2 is associated with accessory structures. Those are existing sheds or garages on the property. Again, the accessory structure right next to building 7, built 5.9 feet from the property line. So we're asking to address that. Also, the garage that is right on School Street, and that is associated with building number 4. Asking for a D.
All existing.
Those are all existing. Again, as you correctly pointed out, only building. Deviation number 4, which requires all parking lots to provide sufficient maneuvering so you have cars exiting parking spaces a kind of front driving fashion. We're asking for a deviation to allow those parking spaces back onto the street. As mentioned, those are existing. Try to mitigate as much as we could with still meeting the parking requirements. School Street is a low volume street with a speed limit that is posted that is very low. We understand that it's close to the school. Historically, not been a problem. This is not a high accident corridor, and it has not posed a safety concern in the past, and we don't anticipate why that would change. Deviation number 5 is associated with the driveway separation requirements along Estero. We have an existing driveway. Want to keep that existing driveway. We're relocating it to the center of the property. I think that's slightly too close to the intersection for today's code. However, it splits the distance evenly from the adjacent residents to the north, so we're not too close to them. And from the corner, that's a logical place to put it, straight in the property, 7 feet. I think reflective of many deviation number 6 is for 15-foot type C requirement, right next to building number 1. So where we abut that residential property to the north of us for a 15-foot buffer. Don't have 15 feet property line. So what we are asking to do is put all the required plantings, all the strip. The buffer will indeed be there. All the plantings will be there. And also a wall requirement as part of that buffer. That will be there. Just be in a. The last deviation is a deviation from the code that requires that we provide architectural elevation, detailed building plans as part of this application. These are old historical cottages, don't have those plans. So what we recommend instead is, as part of the record, we have provided photographs that depict what those buildings are, what they look like, where they stand, where the footprint is, and also the master concept plan reflects those existing footprints, existing sizes of those buildings. That concludes my description of our master concept plan. I know you may have many more questions. I think it'll be easier to just field those questions. I do want to point out a few little things here. This is the plan for the proposed Bay Oaks improvement. I fully recognize that these plans are still in flux and subject to change. I'd just like to point out from a parking standpoint, the area that I've highlighted in red, this is Oak Street. And the town does have multiple parking spaces that back on that right of way. Again, I think if it's done well, if it's in a low posted speed area, it doesn't create. And then the other access point that I want to highlight here is, again, this continuation of institutional uses that fully surround our property. Those are just pictures, again, to reiterate why we were asking this today, what the intent is behind this plan development. We have existing cottages that the applicants want to preserve. Fully understand that those are non-conforming. The rules have changed quite a bit through the years. However, the plan development tool is the right tool. It's the right mechanism to legitimize these, allow these to continue to the future. And the last slide that I have here is to give you a little context in Lee County elsewhere. I think everybody knows Matt Lachey, and people see Matt Lachey as a little gem in Lee County. Again, if we were to apply strict land development codes from Lee County, these could not be there today, and these could not flourish. So again, our intent is to do the thing as is being done in Matlacha, preserve those cottages and preserve that beach feel. With that said, it concludes my part of the presentation. Did you have any comments, Beverly, before we wrap this up? We are open to any questions you may have.
Of the town, then we'll get the questions. We need a break at all? Okay, we're gonna take a break. It is 11:11. Get back to 11:20? Can we do it?
Oh, certainly.
11:20, we will adjourn. Recess.
Back.
Back in order at 11:21.
Zoning one?
When we last left it, applicant has wrapped up, and we are now, it's the town's turn
Okay, thanks.
to present what they found.
Almost good afternoon. How are you doing? Housing Green Community Development. The applicant obviously has already covered some items. I'll just introduce the case sort of as far as what the application was. As I mentioned, it is a request for a commercial plan development, or CPD. It is DCI 2020-0009. And the primary request is to rezone approximately 1 acre land from RC zoning district to CPD with a mix of commercial uses, which were included in their schedule of uses on your plan development. Includes hotel, resort, multifamily, single-family, retail, restaurant, and a consumption on premise. I don't believe that that was actually mentioned, but that is part of the request. The addresses for these, there's multiple parcels and multiple platted lots that have been combined into these parcels over the years. 2661 and 2668 Estero, 125 School Street, and then 131, 151 School Street. Applicant mentioned the 2661, 2668 is the part fronting Estero. The 125 School Street is currently a single-family house in between that and the bed and breakfast. And 131, 151 School Street is the bed and breakfast. The future land use map designation, as mentioned, is in Boulevard, and as I mentioned, residential conservation. The property behind 131 and 151, again, as mentioned, was approved for a bed and breakfast under Resolution 16-09. So in your staff report is included a background. Some of that background includes portions from other staff reports. Obviously, there's been multiple applications on each of these parcels, whether individually. I believe this is the first application for these parcels as a whole. And I borrowed from some of those staff reports because it really started giving a history. And sometimes that's hard for us to find nowadays, is the track record on some of this. Part of the evaluation has been that the parcels, is described in the previous reports and is included here with what you have, is the applicant mentioned it was bed and breakfast. Before that, it was considered sort of a multi-family development with 7 units. I believe in the previous staff reports they were referred to as apartments. Actually, those apartments used to be duplexes, which were on platted lots. And then so over time, really the story behind this is the site has evolved and has changed through the combination of lots. For the concern, which I'll get into the details of the comp plan and land development code, has been this gentle intensification, not through action. Obviously, the bed and breakfast has been an application before the town council, but really the somewhat intensification of the site through combining of lots. Instead of them being single family, now they're a complex. Now they're a complex, now they're a bed and breakfast. It's a bed and breakfast, and now they're asking for a CPD with hotel uses. So while yes, there's there's a lot of conversation about the structures, but I really want to bring it back to the uses because I think it's important to talk about the uses of hotel versus single family. And essentially what it comes down to at this point is you have the bed and breakfast, which is allowed for daily rental of the units. And then essentially what this is about is getting those front units to be able to be daily versus the weekly or the monthly. They're limited to today under the short-term rental requirements. So that's at the heart of what this is really about. Obviously, there's other improvements that they're proposing, but it's really the intent of what this is to try to get the hotel use across the entire property. So I just want to give some context to the history of what this has done and why sometimes when staff looks at these things, sometimes it's hard to stop that incremental and that encroachment of commercial uses into neighborhoods until it's too late. So that's why we wanted to bring up these issues. Part of the evaluation it was really interesting to go back and look at the staff reports, not just for this site, but trying to look at other sites as examples. Boulevard, policy 4B5, there's been a lot of conversation about that boulevard. And what we try to introduce is really discussing that in conjunction with policy 4B11. I could not find a previous staff report that talked about those two policies together. And the previous special exception did not talk about those together, which is a little concerning because policy 4B11 says it is to be considered in conjunction with 4B5. The applicants mentioned in their presentation, they talked about the density. So let's talk about that at first. Establishing a density, and then when you change uses and redevelop, quote-unquote, redevelop a property, you do not get to start necessarily with the non-conforming density that you have. The policy, and the reason why I guess we have a disagreement is, to us, the policy clearly states that overlay was intended to recognize existing residential uses, because they're in violation of the new comprehensive plan that created 6 dwelling units an acre. They didn't want to create a non-conforming situation for these existing residential uses. And again, they were duplexes on a lot, they were a single family on a lot. That's what that overlay was intended, and it clearly states that. Nowhere in the policies does it say this is the baseline for future commercial use. So if you had an apartment complex that had 20 uses, they don't automatically get 40 hotel units part of a rezoning or part of a plan development. So if they're already in violation of the comp plan. We talk about pre-disaster build back, and not having, I've heard this committee talk about not having more units, being the same size, right? So the comp plan in a whole is written to protect density, and it was trying to protect and limit areas that potentially could grow, but they also wanted to be able to recognize those that, to their no fault of their own, already had density that was higher. Now, obviously, we're in a situation where it's all been combined, and they're trying to use the 10 units an acre. So the reason why we brought that policy up is it's never been evaluated that I could find in conjunction with that other policy. Nobody's really discussed what does that existing residential mean. And so that's why we highlighted that issue to discuss as far as compliance. Ultimately, through a plan development process, we talked about the ratio. You can actually ask for a higher ratio. You can go through that process and ask for more, 2.5, 3. The comp plan, as they spelled out, has there's a discussion about 2.0. You can ask for more than that. But we have to establish what the base density is before we can evaluate how much more than that is. And so that's why we pointed that out, believing that actually when you redevelop the site that the 6 units an acre applies. And again, because of that sentence in there that talks about the overlay is specific to existing residential structures and uses. Historic conversation, I think we need to have a more conversation about that, and obviously I welcome your input. I keep hearing this term historic conversation, but these, as far as I know, please correct me if I'm wrong from the applicant, these structures are not designated as historic structures. It's an important component because the opportunity to designate them as, there is that opportunity through the town, there's that opportunity through the state, and obviously, Fred, you sit and oversee a committee that encourages that. That has not been evaluated. So I just want to put that in the context that yes, we're trying to preserve some of these cottages, but these structures have not been evaluated for that purpose. That designation would actually afford some leeway in building codes and redevelopment of these structures and improvements. There's some exemptions in that. There's some benefit. Obviously, there's probably some downside to the historic designation too. So they kept referencing historic properties, and yes, they're old and they're appear to be part of our architectural history, but they have not been designated historic. I just wanted to point that out. The policy of the boulevard, again, it's talking about the original approval in 1996 is not necessarily the entire basis of what the staff report is trying to get at. It was found that it was encroaching into the residential neighborhood. I heard the presentation that talked about this is not a residential neighborhood because of these industrial uses. And frankly, as a planner, we would dream of and strive for those uses that you see on your screen to be surrounding and adjacent to residential uses. So while yes, there's potentially intensification of the park, libraries, churches, schools, again, parks, those are all uses that are considered consistent with residential uses. This has not been a commercialization necessarily of this neighborhood. Not to mention it's the gateway to the residential that's to the east. You do have residential adjacent. I understand the neighbor has written a letter saying they support it, but again, you do have residential adjacent. You've pointed out that you have multifamily, which is residential across the street. Really the only commercial you have down the street in the plaza that's been there. You have the Beach Shell Inn that's been there for a long time. This is the first new commercial request in this area, probably since the town's been incorporated, unless there's another rezoning that occurred that I'm not aware of. But this is new. It's not filling in commercial development. That's why we were trying to take this seriously and really evaluate whether that was the intent. As I mentioned, the commercial boulevard and the talking about if there's new commercial development. So I'll highlight the language that's in there. To obtain approval of new or expanded commercial activities, Proposals must be sensitive to nearby residential uses, complement any adjoining commercial uses, contribute to the public realm as decided in the comprehensive plan, and meet the design concepts of this plan and land development code. Obviously, some of that can get handled through the PD, but those are the overarching themes that you need to think about in considering. It's not an automatic. I understand Patrick's proposal of up to 70%, but these are critical things to evaluate when it's new or expanding commercial development in that category. As staff, we struggle with the Boulevard, and there's a similar zoning district that's generally within Boulevard of Commercial Boulevard that implements some of that commercial uses. And frankly, those are categories and zoning districts that kind of freeze everything in place. There's very little new stuff that you can do in that, and that's frustrating to people. Unfortunately, that's the way the plan and the land development codes were rewritten. I use we've had issues with the Wells Fargo Bank. We get calls all the time. What can be done with that? That's in a commercial boulevard zoning district. It can be a bank. It's not a commercial zoning district in respect that what are these other uses that we can evolve into? It was really freezing in time, the uses, because as the applicant pointed out, these are at the front of these residential neighborhoods, these lower density residential neighborhoods. Okay, that was the intent and the purpose of why those are written. It appears that was the intent and purpose of why those are written that way. So through the evaluation, looking at a couple other policies, policy 4C2 talks about maximum intensity of allowable commercial development. You can mitigate some of that through height restrictions and other things in the land development code. This is, again, I want to point out, as a hotel use that is primarily being requested. It is an intensification of the existing uses. That was the intent of what we're trying to explain. Commercial intensity shall, I'll paraphrase, policy 4C2, commercial intensity standards in land development code will encourage more intense commercial uses in the pedestrian commercial category. The boulevard category is not mentioned specifically. And they're fine on the floor area ratio, so the second part of that policy is not necessarily relevant. Policy 4C3, which gets into commercial locations. Sub-item number 4, in the boulevard category, where mixed-use development, including some commercial uses, may be permissible, landowners may seek commercial rezoning only through the plan development process, which they've done. Proposals must be sensitive to nearby residential uses, complement any adjoining commercial uses. Again, this language, contributing to the public realm as described in the comprehensive plan, and meet the design concepts of this plan and land development code. Again, I want you to, if we get by the comprehensive plan consistency, be thinking about those items of, does the plan meet those items? Because again, the plan has to be consistent with the comprehensive plan also, not just the land development code. Number 6, the neighborhood context of proposed commercial use is of paramount importance. Sensitivity of proposed commercial activity to nearby residential areas can be affected by the type of commercial activities, physical scale, the orientations of buildings and parking, and then it's not a sub number, but it's a note at the bottom. It says commercial activities that will intrude into residential neighborhoods because of their type, scale, or orientation shall not be approved. Some of that, again, is part of your PD. It's got to be consistent with the comp plan if it's intruding or if you think it's too much of a scale. I believe they were trying to touch on that with the discussion about it's minor, it's pedestrian oriented, it's really to serve the internal uses. I think there was a little bit of both there where it said it would serve the internal and the external, but I think that's what their intent was, trying to justify that policy to you. We had concerns over it because you can't control who it serves. Commercial oriented out towards Estero clearly is set up to serve the greater community and the greater neighborhood, and obviously the traffic on Estero Boulevard. I don't think they're going to turn down customers from everywhere on the island coming there if it's successful. That speaks to the intensification of the commercial use and the concern of that. But again, it has to contribute to the public realm, and then in this policy, 4C3, it refers to pedestrian character. Okay. One thing I forgot to mention, when we talked about the 10 dwelling units an acre, the policy and the overlay does not mention that you can ask for up to 10 dwelling units, and I think that was a statement. I just want to correct, hopefully that statement can be corrected. It doesn't say you can ask for up to 10 dwelling units an acre. I was mentioning before is it allows for up to 10 dwelling units an acre for existing residential uses. I'm not going to go through all the individual items under the LDC part, the plan development considerations, section 34-85. They've tried to provide their justification for the deviations. Obviously, there's discussion about stormwater and parking on site. Some of those things will have to, I don't know if they've done pre-engineering, but those will be engineering decisions that are decided. Some of the concern on a new, quote-unquote, new development is, again, that conflict that we have that we've talked about before, which is preserving old architecture, but also new standards and new flood regulations and new building codes and trying to reduce loss. That is a primary focus of this community moving forward, and for the town staff, reducing loss, insurance claims, things of that nature. All those things, we've discussed that with the applicant, but all those things go into the consideration of the land development, or excuse me, of the plan development. I'll head on a couple items trying to reflect some of the things that they talked about. Again, some of the plan development items will be preference, I think, for you guys sitting up here. They've mentioned that the requests for the deviations are for the existing structures. And I think what you are having to determine is if that's sufficient. Is it okay to give a deviation to those setbacks, keep those structures? Obviously, with the historic significance, if there is, perhaps you believe that. There's urban services are sufficient. The roadway, obviously, the traffic conflicts are there. Our concern with the driveways really were related to the stacking and again, the intensification of the use is different than single family. Constant turnover of a hotel use, cleaning crews coming and going, grounds maintenance, which yes, you have in residential, but it's not as active and as often. And on the site plan on your site plan in front of you, you have a couple areas where they stack the parking in order to get it. So yes, it's not a single family driveway. It's now a commercial driveway with multiple cars parking and coming and going out of that. That was where some of this commentary in the staff report addresses. So I'll just get to section 34-216 talks about the recommendation of town council must be supported by the guidelines set forth in 34-85, and then there's also these additional criteria. One of the items is sufficient safeguards to the public interest or are provided by the recommended special conditions to the concept plan and or other applicable regulations. There's also some requirements in here about looking at special conditions are reasonably related to the impacts of the public interest created by or expected for the proposed development. And looking at the plan development, it just didn't feel that they provided sufficient, whether it was buffering, beautification, upgraded pedestrian activity, since they mentioned that that was a key component, walkability, all those things that are the justification for commercialization aren't provided on the site plan. In addition, you have conflicts, obviously, driveway conflicts with those potential improvements, primarily along School Street connecting, is that west to east, or I guess northeast, to the existing park that's there is an opportunity. That's kind of a summary of what our review was, and hopefully I want to give you a background of the review of it being an intensification of the existing use. Not that the 1996 was commercial, and this is more or less. It was the finding that it was intrusive to a residential neighborhood, and our policies today are very reflective of that consideration. I believe it's not encroachment into residential neighborhood and not intensification of the commercial. That's for you to interpret that, I guess, or make a recommendation. Our reading of the policies be that is an intensification encroachment based on the way it's written. Other options such as doing future land use map amendments, changing the neighborhood, maybe that's something we can look at the comp plan if this really is a commercial area. But from the way that it looks on their existing location map and the existing uses, we don't see that that it is a commercial node in a commercial area. Based on that criteria required for the evaluation, staff finds that the requested rezoning from RC to CPD with a master concept plan for hotel, lodging, retail, restaurant, it said single family, multifamily, consumption on premise is not consistent with the town's comprehensive plan and land development codes. I'll leave it at that since I'm sure you have a lot of questions.
Yes, we do. And For something this complex, I'm a little disappointed the town didn't have some way to guide us through this.
So, well, let's talk about, I mean, what do you mean by guide? Because there's,
Conditions for approval.
Yeah, or.
If
Well,
we
or
found it,
denial. It's not even that, it's that they've come in front of us with five, six issues with the comprehensive plan. And you just ran right through them, whereas I would have liked a little bit more guidance from you as to why you're denying this. To kind of keep this simplistic, because this is a very complex situation in the history of it.
there's a difference of opinion on the interpretation of the policy. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, but I would have liked a little bit better explanation as to why you have a different opinion. But that's just my preference in moving forward on something this complex. You know, to guide us through your guys' decision-making here, other than a quick glancing blow is what I feel like we just got.
Use the chair's language. Being this simple. Code, the town's comp plan, and just as importantly, state law requires that any rezoning consistent with your comprehensive plan. You have two opposing views. One, the applicant saying that they believe that they meet the requirements of the code, and staff saying that, and staff saying it's a threshold matter.
And you're saying
In
no.
fact, no, not just saying no, but as a threshold matter, they're inconsistent with the policies in the comprehensive plan. But to your point about conditions, if you agree with staff, and that's the end of the discussion. Because it's not consistent with the comprehensive plan, and you don't get to go and collect $200. That's it.
What I'm getting at is that we've got one side saying how they are consistent with it and very detailed. And on our other side, which is a very serious denial of it, we just got a 5-minute explanation. I'd like to have seen something, and this is just personal preference on something this complex, for the sake of the members of the board.
I was trying not to reprint and re-put up on the screen the text that's in front of you. Okay, so they've copy and pasted the language also, highlighted the concerns that we have in the language, and so I think if you get into unfortunately minutia of the words, that's where we have a disagreement. Nothing against the applicant, but their presentation highlighted other words in the policy, and apparently I've highlighted different words.
Exactly, and
I don't know, other than us having a discussion on your reading of it, I don't know how it's to present it to you, but I understand.
It's how I read it. I would have liked to see you guys make your case a little bit better than what I just got, because this is a very complex situation. You got 7 board members here who have got different levels of understanding of comprehensive plan and LDC here, and the moving parts and pieces to it. Just a little disappointment on the side of explaining the denial. That's
Part of it, what I would recommend is, I think Patrick alluded to this in the beginning, was the threshold questions and conversation that John mentioned is, don't get overwhelmed with the plan development, a site plan, and those issues until we answer the other 2 issues. Because it doesn't matter if those other 2 threshold questions aren't answered. I don't want to put words in Patrick's mouth, but that's, so it's easy, I understand, should we go into talk about buffers and stuff? No, we shouldn't have that conversation yet. So the intent was simply to say, have a alternative interpretation and reading of the words of the policy.
I'm sure our board has lots of questions. Dan,
And
would you
unfortunately, that's the boring part when you talk
would you
about the
like to
policy.
start today?
So,
you're boring.
Well, I can summarize my position very simply. I was involved in writing the language that's in question here. In my view, it's proposed is eminently consistent with comprehensive. In fact, I find it falls right within the language of the boulevard category or definition and what we had in mind. As pointed out by council, that in 1963 what was proposed then was dead on arrival. Very incendiary situation. Really relevant.
96.
Pardon?
96.
1996.
That's 63.
Yeah. You're ahead of yourself. 63.
63.
All right.
Close.
whatever.
Very good use.
The leader of the campaign for the moratorium, was the same person who was Publix and
Movie theater.
resigned when Publix wasn't approved. Being appointed, I was on the plan commission, and this came up.
Okay.
And then went on the town council. In the process, this was all getting drafted. Some of this hadn't even been drafted, frankly, when happening. But to summarize my position, on the issue of inclusion in commercial into a residential, staff has pointed out that schools and churches and parks and so forth are uses that are compatible with residential. That isn't what the Boulevard Code says. It says compatible with residential uses, not uses that may also be compatible. Well, in my view, if I view a church, a Bay Oaks, library, and so forth, those are not residential uses. I don't have any problem with this being a intrusion into a residential. And boulevard category addresses commercial uses that are, I forget the exact language, less sensitive or something, language to that. That can be argued all day long as to whether, store and the retail, the two residential uses they want. How in my view, they're not inconsistent really with what we were contemplating at the time in a boulevard category.
Chair?
Yes.
If I may make a suggestion, I think that, all due respect, I think that you asked if the member had questions, and he really went into his thought process of potentially approving the item. We haven't even taken public comment.
Yeah.
So I think that we're at the point in our rules of procedure where LPA members get to ask questions as opposed to explanation as to where they may be headed, and then open up the public hearing, and then, close the public hearing and consider a motion that may be made or have a discussion on the application.
Good. For either the town or the applicant.
No, I don't have any questions.
And you?
Have any questions? I don't have a question, but I have lots of discussion.
I've got all kind of questions.
Go for it.
Number one, with Jason, you made the statement that changing this is going to create traffic in a residential neighborhood, what town thinks is a residential neighborhood. Town just bought a strip of land between two houses. You're not going to have more traffic going in and out of Bay Oaks than you're going to have at a little hotel. I mean, I own a little hotel. I get a couple cars a day. And sure, I get a cleaning lady, but I would think that the traffic going into Bay Oaks right there is going to be exponentially greater than traffic that they're going to create.
We did not make a point about there's an increase or substantial increase in traffic. The conversation and what the staff report is talking about is the circulation, and when you do have maybe the volume is similar to what they have, but the turnover is greater, and the conflicts with the commercial driveways with School Street. So, no, I wasn't trying to make, I apologize if I misunderstood that, but I was not trying to say that there's all of a sudden a substantial amount of commercial traffic. It's tripling or quadrupling the traffic. Obviously, there is a change, an increase in traffic. Generally, when you add a commercial use, unless you're taking something away.
I think the impact on the neighborhood, I mean, that entrance to Bay Up is gonna be great, but there's gonna be cars going in there like crazy.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. Maybe I misunderstood.
Trying to make was adding retail and commercial uses does change the traffic patterns and
I concur.
intensification of residential use. So comparing what's there today, what is proposed, now is it substantial or significant from a traffic management perspective? Or I'm sorry, from a volume perspective? No. It's a consideration.
Okay.
The code requires us to address.
Fair enough.
That's all I was trying to do.
I have another question I have a question for the applicant. You know, you talk about historic, these cottages are historic. Would you guys be willing to get all those cottages historic recognition through our program?
Significance. Not the hard one, but the.
Not the hard one, just get them historically recognized.
For the record, Patrick Vaness, just to clarify that as part of our presentation, we use the word historic. We never use historic designation.
Right.
We didn't try to misrepresent anything. There is history there. The comp plan talks about history and those cottages representing the history of Fort Myers Beach. That's all we were trying to do. From a designation standpoint, that entails a lot of.
No, I'm not talking about
There's two different
historic. I'm not talking about historical registry. I'm talking about
Recognition.
historical recognition, because that's what we did at our place. So I think it'd be cool. I think you'd add to it. You know when those cottages were built, it'd add a little flavor to it.
Local color.
Worthy Milligan, for the record. And Wyman. We were actually on our way to that. The paperwork is pretty much ready, but then the LPA went on pause. And so we're ready whenever.
Great. And do you guys? I didn't see any places for bike racks. I mean, we want to cut down the cars. Where the bike racks going to go?
Yeah, we did not include that. We don't have a problem providing bike racks. There may be, I think, bike racks already on the property. If you wanted that as a condition with racks, we just detailed, we didn't include.
And the other question, that cottage that you're going to bring in there, does it have to be in that spot, or can it be in a different spot?
The issue of where we located, biggest factor is we need to keep some space for water management. We look at where we're a little more open space in the middle of the property. I think that really handcuffs us. So if we haven't done engineering design, that's kind of the.
My final question to you, Patrick, is let's say this gets approved and they do everything, and then 5, 10 years, 15 years down the road, want to sell the property. What happens then if some big boy comes in and wants to, now you have the zoning change? What could happen to that property?
To come before us
Well,
first.
the
CPD.
master concept plan becomes law. That's the zoning on that property. Whoever buys it must abide by that. If they want to amend that, come back in, they're either going to have to rezone the property or do a zoning amendment, which will require an elaborate application, public hearing, just like.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for now.
And you?
I have to kind of back with staff, maybe he wasn't here when all this other stuff was here, but in that little strip, there used to be the Reef, a preschool, and there was a threeplex on the property that the town bought. I lived there for 6 months after I sold the hotel, and that has been torn down. Now it's an entrance to Bay Oaks. The Reef has been torn down and made into short-term rental homes. And the 9 other homes that were in that area, besides the 4 cottages that were auctioned off way back back when to put in the pool. Those have gone away. The 9 other homes that are existing will have become part of the project. 3 were tore down, 1 where I lived, and made into the entrance. And then the 4 that are left are all short-term vacation rentals. So in my opinion, that whole neighborhood has evolved into something other than when this comp plan was made, protect the residential that's no longer there, in my opinion. And I realize that residential does include short-term rentals, but it is also a different thing when they're weekly as opposed to 30 days. It's not a big, do you agree with that in the change of what's happened with?
I agree that change in communities require change in your future land use maps and your rezoning maps, yes. So,
And I think that that's,
real quick, part of the issue with, I think that they're having, obviously they want hotel use, right? The lots, or the units that are on Estero are weekly, and the one in between is monthly. So you have a mix here.
do you have that on Estero Boulevard?
Because Estero has an exemption, it's RC zoning, but if you're on Estero Boulevard, then you get weekly. There's a unit in between,
So he
so
just said
they've got the bed and breakfast, which is daily. They've got the unit in between, which is monthly, I believe, and then you've got the unit on Estero, which is weekly. So I agree with your general concept, but stuck with the policy and the regulations that we have. So if you don't believe that the policy reads the way that we're interpreting it, then that's obviously your opinion, form that. If there's things changing in a neighborhood or community, yes, there's things that you can do to change those regulations that apply to them. So I do not believe or agree that you just approve something because things have changed if the policy says otherwise. Change either the policy or you change the category that applies to it. That's what we were kind of stuck with. Now, if you don't believe the policy reads that way, then that's your opinion on what you'll be finding.
Okay.
Part of the struggle in Fort Myers Beach is the comp plan and the FLUME, the future land use map, are sacred. Don't change them. Trying to change the comp plan and update it, but the FLUME is sacred. We don't do future land use map amendments. In other communities, they do. They do lots of amendments as what you're talking about evolves and occurs. Here we don't because it's sacred. So what we've tried to do is shoehorn development, fit the existing policies instead of changing the actual categories that apply. Hopefully with the new comp plan, we'll look at your areas rather than parcel by parcel. That'll help that situation.
Do you have any questions for the town or for the applicant?
No questions.
New public,
Anybody else have any questions? Come up.
I'll wait. As part of discussion.
Have more of a discussion and not
Yeah,
questions
probably
for
more
clarification questions. Name?
Discussion.
Okay. One or more questions for the town and just some clarification, because I noticed that you guys have mentioned the backup parking. It looks like from what's been provided here, there has not been any real complaints about the backup parking onto Oak Street.
The current parking?
Yes, the current parking.
Well, obviously,
That your guys
the town needs to work with them on reconfiguring and redesigning that.
Does that also mean that you're removing all of the town parking from there too? Because isn't there like 4 spaces that,
oh, more than 4.
there are town parking that go right between their 2 spaces from my site visit? Or,
That's more.
I mean, if you're complaining about theirs, is that also meaning you're removing your parking?
Do you have a town parking agreement for the portions that you're parking in the right of way?
No, there's 2 parking spaces on Oak Street between their 2.
Right. Those are in town right of way. They do not have a town parking agreement for those spaces.
No, I'm talking about the 2 that have got isn't there 2 that have got, that are parking that belong to Bay Oaks there?
There's more than 2.
Right, so
Those aren't a problem.
the current orientation and layout of that Oak Street has really been turned into a parking lot. And it's not a through street, it's blocked off at the end, if you recall. So the town is treated that essentially as a parking lot. They do have 2 existing places that you park within the right of way, and I believe on the site plan they proposed to bring them onto the property.
The safety issue here is a moot point. Yeah. But I guess my question is, you guys have made that as a issue here. I was just wondering how the town's going to address their own issue here. If it's going to be an issue for them, it's an issue for us too, correct? Just asking.
I think you're inflating the parking lot and a right-of-way. In most of my conversation, the staff report is talking about School Street. So the town, that is treated as a parking lot, which obviously you have to back out onto streets. Conversation, the staff report mostly talks about the School Street backing out.
You're just concerned about School Street backup parking.
Public Works has expressed concern about their parking and backing out onto the street.
School Street only.
No, they've expressed concern and comments to them. We're at the site, right? We had conversations about that parking. I'll defer to Public Works when it comes to ultimately that design or those access points. Do not have a parking agreement for where they park now. They've proposed to bring it on site, which would then obviously require 2 access points at those points.
I was just addressing one of your objections here when it came to safety of those spaces, backup street parking around that property when,
Which primarily addresses, which is directed towards School Street in the write-up.
okay, so School Street is there, and they're taking the stair out, correct?
Public Works has concerns about design related to all the streets. So that'll be, if this moves forward and gets approved, we'll have to work with Public Works to finalize that design, how that interacts with the park.
We also talk about to obtain approval for the new or expanded commercial activities, proposals must be sensitive to nearby residential uses. That's a very ambiguous, I mean, it's an open interpretation.
Which page are you on?
I'm on page 51, bottom of it, under Boulevard, because we're determining whether or not they match, they meet some of the comprehensive plan.
Are you reading the bolded?
Yes, I'm reading your bolded here.
That is the policy.
There's the policy.
Our writing, that's the policy.
Yeah.
Right.
You're reading into this is that they don't, that this is the intensity of this intrusion. Correct here on this one?
I think if you read the beginning part of the sentence, to obtain approval of new or expanded commercial activities, proposals must be sensitive to nearby residential uses, complementary, right, and contribute to the public realm as described in the comprehensive plan. So if your question is, I think there's a question of how much it contributes to the public realm.
So who determines that?
That is obviously an evaluation and opinion at some point. Public realm generally with these PDs, I believe they've presented, I don't want to speak for them, they've presented the commercial component adds to the public realm. Staff generally has viewed it as what is the greater public good, connectivity, infrastructure, that sort of thing that it is providing. Is, yes, obviously open for interpretation. There is no pure definition of that.
Going through my notes here.
That's fine.
Bear with me here, guys.
That's what I expected.
Megan? If I may, I do have a question while you're looking
While
at
I'm going through.
So you're saying that the ball fields are down to the school, that's not a street, that's a parking lot. Is that, am I to interpret that?
It is a street. It is a public platted right-of-way. I believe it's platted right-of-way. The town essentially has converted and treated like a parking lot. You've got 90-degree angle spaces, it serves, it's all, right. So that's, the question was, do we have parking? Yes. The town has parking on that street. It is functioning because they blocked off the far end of it. It has turned it into a parking lot.
Not turned from the street to a parking
And when we've actually looked at the redesign of the park, you know, some of our staff comments to the designers were, you know, you got to meet, if it's a parking lot, you got to meet parking lot standards. Have the landscape buffers, you got all those other things that go with the requirements. It is a street, correct, yes.
We also clearly have two different interpretations of what the density on this property should be. We had an art and your opinion. And your opinion is a straight reading of this with, can you go a little bit more into your denial based off of the density piece?
Well, the policy says that the overlay applies to existing residential uses. There's no policy that has a basis of then your multipliers based on this non-conforming density. New development has to comply with the land development code and the comprehensive plan. Leaves you at the 6 dwelling units an acre. The policy language specifically says it applies to the existing residential uses.
Existing residential uses.
If I may, we'd like to refute that. Clearly, we are in agreement on how many units are there. We have 12. Okay? Maximum is 10. We actually have more than the maximum. Okay? This is a statement of fact. Okay? Those are property rights that we have. Moving forward, if someone were to buy the property and wants to redevelop, nothing negates them to wanting to convert those to guest units. That has been pointed out to me, and I haven't seen that in the comp plan. So the statement of fact is we have 12 units today. We are eligible for the 10 units per acre.
Eligible or able to ask for 14?
We are asking, yeah, we believe it's a right that we have, and then the conversion is something that we can ask for based on the LDC.
Wouldn't your right be to 12 units, not 14?
Well,
Right would be
again,
to
could
12
that be
after
considered a down zone to a certain extent? Yes, but we're not here to argue that today.
If I may, I think the difference there is, the claim that was just made is that the property rights do apply to the entire property as a whole, when each of the individual parcels have their own unique property rights. Can't combine all these, acquire them all, combine them all, then all of a sudden, overall, we get 10 units an acre. That's not how it works. Again, the policy reads, the policy reads to the existing residential, and the purpose of it was because you had a lot with, whether it was a duplex or some other unit on it, that was not consistent with the comprehensive plan when it was adopted. It was protecting that individual residential unit. So I guess the debate is whether the ratio is applicable to existing protection or if it has to go back to the 6. At the end of the day, you can get to the same place. It's a different criteria of the PD to be able to ask for over the 2. The 2 ratio, I'm sorry, for clarification.
I guess, make this a little bit simple, because we're talking about simplicity. If you grant the rezoning, under our comprehensive plan and our land development code, there is a corresponding master plan. It has to be approved. It sets forth what is allowed and what isn't. Presuming, for the moment, you decide to move forward, that's what that property will have. Nothing more, nothing less. So that will be what controls the property. It is a site-specific rezoning that they're asking for with a specific list of proposed uses and a specific density and intensity, and that's what the property will have. So what the conversion rate might be and what rights we have, if this moves forward as proposed, this will supersede and this will control.
Don't you have the right to approve it with conditions, though, that could somewhat limit that?
Yes, and again, to the point that was being asked earlier, if you wish, and it's your prerogative as the LPA, if you are inclined to move forward and you want staff to then address with specificity the proposed deviations and conditions, continue the matter, and staff will prepare a supplemental staff report addressing those issues. That is your prerogative, or you can, again, we can hash them out here as we go along.
And I want to circle back to the chairs because I want to clarify that, I say historical, I shouldn't say the term. In my experience here is the LPA and the town council has required a higher bar on projects that have requested over this 2 multiplier. That's the experience with TBI. This number 2 was what was kind of a threshold, and if we're going to go higher, let's really evaluate that. That's been the consideration in the past. That's part of the reason why I bring it up, whether John's right, whether you can get there or not, maybe, but a 2 threshold is a difference in the math. If you start with a 6, or if you start with a 7, it makes a difference.
You can ask.
And any of the ones that you're referencing there, Jason, or any of them redevelopment of like older properties, or were those brand-new projects where they held to the two?
I can comment on feedback that I've gotten heard in these public meetings is that, there's a holding on to that two. Originally, there was a conversation, you can't go over the two, which you can go over the two, that was determined. But there was a higher bar set for those that were going over the two. That's why, part of the reason why we brought it up, to make the two multiplier, is the reason why we brought it up is because that determination may trigger a conversation about, well, what is the higher standard? That's what we've heard, and that's what has been said in public meetings, and that's why I bring it up.
I'm getting lost here. What's
Yeah.
the higher bar you're referring to now?
There's the public benefit conversation that we had with TPI, the greater public realm conversation, all of that was a conversation mostly because of going over this two ratio. That there was a holding on to this two, that almost the two you get kind of this conversation right to, which was what they've stated they have, which is part of the reason why if they say they have 7 and they're going to 14, they have a right to do that. Versus an additional conversation. Now, if it's not an additional conversation, that's fine, but for 3 years, that's been the conversation of when it's a higher standard than what the comp plan spells out as an up to 2, and if you want more, process, but it's almost it's a higher standard to be able to do that. That's been the conversations in this room.
If we can just address some of those comments that have been made. We're comparing, I think the only nexus that we have is this a planned development, the other project was a planned development. It's the only nexus I see. We're talking about something, if we're comparing that to the TPI project, a scale that dwarfs anything we're asking here, and also public outcry that we don't have. Okay? So it's really a compatibility issue. Are we compatible or not? And that's subjective, like you said. And it's interesting that it's in the comp plan written that way. We've demonstrated completely that we are compatible. That it says less intense. It doesn't say that there shall be no further commercial. So I think there's a simple interpretation of the language, or we can twist the language and read into it. We know the boulevard category allows for commercial, and allows for more commercial into the future. Are we sensitive to the residential neighborhoods? If we backed up against all single-family homes, yes, we'd have to put a bunch of safeguards in place. We agree. That's not the case here. So again, I think what I'm reading into the comments is, I think there's a recognition this is a compatibility issue, and is this project compatible or not?
Anyone else have any other questions?
I disagree with that comment about the difference in scale. The language in the conversation in this room has been this 2 number. The comp plan about 2.0 is a multiplier. The only point was it's a stress point to approve development with a higher multiplier than that. That's why I brought up the issue. Not that you can't. It's a conversation to have.
I guess the reason why I asked about relative to new is because I think part of the other conversation is the ability to take the opportunity where possible to preserve some of the older cottages, because that's been a huge outcry in the community, and I believe it's referenced in the comment as well. So, that was why I was asking if that too had come up type of.
And I fully agree with you. And that's the, I guess the conflict point is deciding consistency with the policy, allow you to move forward with design standards, which is what they've presented, that they believe they've done from the site planning perspective, to design the project so that it maintains that. That's the second hurdle, obviously. Yes, I agree with you.
And the other question I had relative to the staff, and they bring up the 1996, part when that was brought in. At 1996, there was a lot more residential in that area, and there was other commercial in that area that went away when the library purchased the properties to do the expansion. So in some ways, I understand, maybe those records aren't available to staff, but it would seem, especially because it was part of the public library project, that it might have been, and so it seems like that's a that's a change, I guess, that has transpired since that time. So when they're referencing that and not talking about there has been changes to those issues in this area, it just surprised me.
I'm going to close that and open it for public comment. Anyone here from the public like to speak? No one is here. I'm closing public comment and going to move on to a motion and discussion. I'd like to have a discussion right now. Ann, would you like to start? Have any comments, discussion points?
I think I kind of made my comments.
You're fine. I'm just double checking.
There are a number of issues here. I spoke really basically the commercial intrusion issue. I think that when we drafted the comp plan, we wanted to preserve cottage, the ambience of the cottages and so forth. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened too well. We haven't really had an opportunity to do so, frankly. And we do now have an opportunity here. And I think that thing that I think very important to me in this case, if in your ultimate wisdom and that of the town council, this is approved, there will be a land development or comprehensive. We call this a comprehensive plan, a commercial development plan that will memorialize it and somewhat permanentize it, which we do not have now. And if it was just a straight rezoning, it could disappear next year. But by incorporating it into a plan, it protects it from future changes. To me, that's very significant here. One of the few ways we can try to protect these isolated situations that we have like this. That, to me, is an important factor here.
Ben, are you okay with you talked about the commercial intrusion, but are you okay with the density portion of this as well?
On the density, yes, I am. He's got the 12. The only issue, which is an arguable issue, is the ratio, 2.5, which gets it up to the difference between is it a unit versus the two-term
Hotel, multiplier, and the lot number per acre.
I don't have it in front of me, but
I know what you're saying.
whatever. I don't have a problem with the density.
The existing units and the allowable guest units. So what's your time? Yeah. Some comments? Anything over here, Karen?
I guess I'd just comment that to me, it seems like we have to weigh out whether in this particular project, the opportunity to retain some of the character of our past is worth some of the change in moving forward. So if there's a way to accomplish that, I'm agreeing with Dan, if there's a way to put some conditions on so that this property doesn't then come by. There's two things to me. One is that somebody comes along later, tears it all down and, does something all different. And that's a concern. The second concern would be that once something like this would happen, that we would see it happen up and down the aisle. So if there's a way to kind of preclude that from necessarily happening, and I'm not even sure if there's that many places where it could even happen because of the way the properties are, been put together in this site. But To me, that's the question, so I think how could we protect that would be some of the conditions that we would need to be looking at. That's how other people feel as well.
Question is, we're gonna make a recommendation to town council, and with all, seems like everything's been density, density, density. That's why I asked Dan, because he's he's our go-to guy on this issue, but will it pass the litmus test above us?
And they already have 12. Right now, 12 units.
I understand.
They're talking about taking a unit from someplace else here on the island, and putting it on their property. Really made a significant change.
They're given up to.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, it's not, I think the density argument, to me, is a little on the thin side on this one, too.
I just want to make sure we're all in agreement, as we can see by the outpouring of public
Disturbance here.
disturbance.
Let's calm down out there.
Got some other issues that you'd like to discuss on this one?
I think the commercial intrusion, I think we've answered that. I'm good with it. I think we should ask for once the historical preservation board gets going again, I think we should have that piece in there as a condition, and there should be some bike racks, but other than that, I mean, I think they've checked all the boxes.
Got anything to say?
My brief time on this town, 16 years, not like Dan, but maybe he's got a few years on me. But we've seen changes. And I deal with guests on the beach visiting. And I'm familiar with some of the cottages. And I know that the discussion always comes up if you're driving on the north end. What's going on to our little beach? Oh, I hope this cottage is here next year when I come back. But it looks like you're going through a change, and I convince them that it is a change that's necessary in order to survive. But I go to other places, Matt Lachey, or whoever you want to do, and it doesn't matter because we are Fort Myers Beach, and sometimes that irritates me just a little bit. Says, well, Sanibel does this and Sanibel does that. We should do this. Well, I don't care what Sanibel does. I don't care what Matt Lachey does. I care what happens where I live. That area that I walk through in, as my time I've been here, with grandkids through the ball programs and the football programs and Bay Oaks, all of the programs going on there, was very enjoyable in that area. And I looked over there, and I know what some of those properties were like before Myerside. I know what was there. I know what was happening there as in crime. And I know after they've come, that has cleaned up dramatically. Properties, you walk through them, they're just, it's amazing what you can do with a sow's ear sometimes. It's a Kentucky phrase, but they have done great strides. To see those cottages there, to see a little gift shop, quaint shop that you could go into, to have a place where you can go and sit down and drink coffee, not have to worry about spending $25 or $30, it's so appealing to me that I am biased, I guess, here, because that would be great for Fort Myers Beach. It's a great location. It's a great place to have this built the way that they're wanting it to do. They're providing a traffic flow. They're taking traffic off of Estero in the sense when I looked at it and the plans that I see. And I sit here and listen to all of this. And town staff is working with what they have to work with. They have rules and regulations. And things change. My hometown, where I'm from, we still have some of them there where to hit your horse. And you have to hit your horse to that post. But, you know, people are not hitching their horses to those posts anymore, they put a parking meter there. But the post is still there. We're not changing, we are changing demographics of these islands with these land developers. And if we got some people that are willing to not try, but to keep some of our heritage, make it a more of a, there is a little bit of commercial involved there with a little gift shop and a restaurant and the whole, and guests that they're having anyway. But, I'm telling you folks, it would take a act of Congress to change my mind, because I'm for it all the way. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, when they tore down Tops, and people started talking about, what's going to go there, what's going to go there, super opposition came with the high-rise residential, condominiums, apartments, whatever. Just did not want it. And the difference is the opposition we have here, none today. That's huge to me. And the opportunity to keep historical homes in a cottage form and bring that history to our future kids that are going to live on this island. My daughter's best friends lived in this property on School Street, and their mother worked at the beach school, and she still does. And my daughters are still best friends with those twins that lived in that house. So there was a lot of time shared in that area, and I think that an important thing to look back at too was when this was came before us in 2016, the beach school was very pleased that they were going to keep the cottages and keep that style of life there, and that was important to them. And so I think it's a benefit to the community. It's a historical benefit if we could get that on the historical significance registry, and I think that would open up some other things that might help you with your zoning and things like that. I think that I like the small size resort. I owned a small size resort on this island, and my kids have memories of it being, why did these people leave? That was their question. Why are they leaving? When are they going to be back? Because you do have turnover, but the point is they all come back because they look for that style of housing here, because it is disappearing into mega mansions. And I think that is something that we need to preserve and can have. I think the adding of the restaurant would be also good, like Mojo's is to Cafe du Monde from way back. It keeps people there. It keeps walkability. There's not a lot of places to park, so somehow they have to get there. So they figure out walk, bike, whatever. Biking is a good idea. Bike things are a good idea. Notes everywhere. If we do approve this, because I do feel that it meets the criteria of our findings and conclusions, but I would think that we need to have conditions of approval, and I would like to see the historical significance be part of that. And I also, far be it from me to question alcohol, but it is within the school boundaries. And so I think that needs to be looked at and considered for either hours after school or either special events or whatever. But I think that does need to be considered. It hasn't been brought up today. But basically, I think it's an important part of the island that would be wonderful to preserve.
With respect to the alcoholic beverage issue, you certainly can condition that subject to compliance with the town's licensing, the state and town's licensing requirements. Because my educated guess is that we, I know that we have regulations that address that issue, but depending upon the type of license that the applicant may be seeking from the state, they may be exempt.
Maybe
So we
outside
do
of-
have to condition that, because wouldn't they
Can that be a part of the,
Isn't that part of our regulations? Don't get a choice in that one, that here's what the town states is our regulations for out the,
Well,
Sale and use of alcohol on property?
they've asked for it to be, to be listed as a use, and I don't want, the perception to be that that's an absolute right. Never hurts to say,
Okay.
you know, unless the applicant will publicly state that they understand that use is subject to the town and state's regulatory powers.
Well, and if I could just add to that, traditionally, when you have that conversation about consumption on premise, it's the other things that come with it. Music, speakers, that's usually what the conversations are being about related to.
don't our LDC handle
No.
those situations?
We have
Outdoor
a
speakers
noise,
and how-
we have outdoor, no, we have a problem with restaurants regularly with outdoor speakers, and that's generally the conversation that I've gone through and looked at the case history is not about necessarily the alcohol, but proximity to residential, noise, hours of, which I don't know that this facility will have that issue, but outdoor seating with food turns into a party at 1 o'clock in the morning. That's usually the conversation.
They have to come in front of us for a use permit at that point in time for that, a special use.
No, they've asked for it as part of the CPD. You have two different ways, just a little background, two different ways to ask for consumption on premise as a use. As John said, it's a use in the zoning code. There's a special exception process. And again, a restaurant, for example, has a right to sell alcohol, and they don't have a 500-foot limit between schools and churches and all that. If you are within 500 feet, you can ask for a special exception or through the CPD process. So this is the process for them to ask for that. The issue has always been historically the town has recognized, whether it was through bad decisions in the 90s or whatever it was, is that there's other things that come with alcohol. That's usually what, in my reading of the records, have usually been the conversation, not necessarily the alcohol itself for a resort, but what happens when they have a band, what happens when they have speakers, those types of.
We could simply put a condition of approval as here, no outside amplified music type of
Live entertainment, those are the type of, that's the verbiage that's usually.
outside live entertainment.
Those are the verbiage that I've seen in other conditions. I would obviously leave it to the applicant to comment on that, what their plan is, right? All we had was consumption on premise to cover the entire property.
Entire property is in all of the, or just,
Unless it was covering the entire
I would
property.
think you'd let them, like everyone else, and get special permits. I mean,
for weddings and things like that,
say
too.
you can't have amplified music from now until 2050s, kind of.
we can condition it at the restaurant piece of it. So if they decide to do a wedding, they would still have to come through and do a special
Right.
use permit to put a wedding on there. So,
I don't know, John, I'd probably condition it that way, if that was,
and then
make
we'd
sure
only
that.
condition the restaurant.
Not, to the point, you wouldn't be
Because the
granting
hotel guest
additional
can come sit outside with a
special
glass of wine and
event
watch the
rights.
sunset.
Correct.
Do that right now.
Yeah.
But you'd let them be like everyone. I mean, I think I guess the question that we have for you guys is, can you just take that restaurant piece and put conditions on just that portion of the entire? You can, okay.
I don't know their business plan, so mostly with resorts, they try to cover the consumption on premise to cover the whole property so you can walk back and forth. I would rely on them to answer that question as far as what they need.
Currently, if they throw a party here, based off of our special use, they would have to have a special use permit. If they threw a party on the hotel property,
Wedding, say.
a wedding per se.
Right,
They would have to already
the
get one.
caterer would have to have the liquor license. But now that you've got a restaurant piece in there, I
My
don't know.
point being is that the only need here is for the restaurant. We've already got the rest of the property covered. Special use permits.
That I don't know. I would rely on the applicant to answer that question of what their intent was.
You guys have a comment?
Okay.
If we may, on this issue, it's not something that we discussed in detail. I think we need to have that discussion with what their intent was. So at the very least, either a recess or something that we can't provide answers right now.
I think it's kind of holding up your approval right now at this point.
What if we put something in for Jason to bring back choices for the town council on the alcohol base of the restaurant.
Didn't hear that, Jane.
What if we ask Jason, I mean, we could approve everything with alcohol being a condition in there, with explanations coming forward to the town council for more definition.
We can certainly have the issue addressed and formalized on our end of what we like by the time we get to council.
So the question would be choices.
So again, I think if there were options, that'd be great, and we'd be ready at council to go into a lot more detail.
And we just have some conditions of approval is that there a recommendation made to town council on liquor.
I would suggest your general condition of, related to the alcohol, and that we can present their options of what they, we can work with them on some fine-tuned
Okay.
language. I can give them language that's been approved in the past,
Okay.
but they need to be the one requesting that condition, and we'll work with them.
There isn't a requirement that a restaurant could not have alcohol within 500 feet of the school.
Yes, restaurants can have alcohol sales and consumption on premise within 500 feet of churches and all that. The issue is that the town doesn't regulate, because I get this question all the time, is music and bands and the outdoor seating is right. So when you look at all these special exceptions and zoning approvals up and down Estero Boulevard, they're heavily conditioned related to that, not necessarily the alcohol itself.
Okay. Do you have any of that you could help us with on conditions today, or you say have them bring that all back?
Is it safe to say you have a concern about noise and outdoor
Sure.
uses
There is still
related to
courthouse.
special events also potentially, and that they should consider some conditions, and we can give them some that address that issue.
Work between the two of you?
My concern mostly with those conditions would probably be after-school hours, a period of after-school hours that be surrounded with the children moving to Bay Oaks and blah, blah, blah. And because, just to, make sure that that is in consideration for the school.
With the restaurant, you're not
I'm just
grabbing
saying,
and going. You're
I'm just saying,
consuming on property.
I'm just saying music and things like that.
Yeah, I think the issue is that staff is discussing, mentioning is, the
Would you have a mimosa?
associated or accessory uses primarily in the form of potential music or outdoor seating. And, the fact that, I'm not quite sure, but, Bay Oak stays open pretty late.
Well, I'm not saying that, I'm just saying that the music, that kind of thing is my concern. Because, you want to hear kids moving and you want to know where they are. Kids don't always follow the rules of stop, look, and listen. So my thing would be to make sure that that's protected.
Other comments? Taking the history out of this, and it's commendable what they did to the property. Looking at the objections that we have here from the town, I think a lot of them are very much on the thin side. From from one tree issue to backup parking on other streets. I find that this does comply with our comprehensive plan, and I don't believe that you have to have a historic designation to be considered historic in our comprehensive plan. I believe that is a true definition, defined piece of, when we talk about cottages here in our comprehensive plan.
It's not going to restrict them, though, if they do the significance.
Yes,
So
they
it'd
would
be
restrict
nice to, it would, not on the significance, it doesn't.
On recognition does not.
Recognition, yeah.
At the same time, though, I think when we discuss in our comprehensive plan, cottages, historic feel, historic value, do they technically need recognition to meet that criteria? I don't believe that they do.
Right.
The fact that these are old cottages, willing to look up and down this island to bring a cottage in, I still think they're adding a lot of public benefit to this, as we've all on this committee have stated we want to save cottages. We want to save the fit and feel and the funkiness of the island. Well, this is a perfectly good example of a project that's trying to do that for us. I believe there's also some other public value by not having backup parking, entrance into Estero Boulevard. So I believe that there is, in the greater good of the island, has met criteria set in our comprehensive plan here too as well. So, I've stated what my conversation piece. If you disagree with me, welcome to speak up.
I would say that I not only agree with you, I mean, for those of us that were around back when the original charrettes were done to create the town comprehensive plan, historic and retaining the cottage feel of the island was universal. Everybody felt that was a huge important factor.
I think it's coming into the fact that you're seeing from our board that we want to approve this with some conditions. So do we do a motion to deny your denial, or do we do a motion to approve the MCP?
You do, I'm sorry, go ahead, Joe.
A motion to approve the MCP with
Correct.
conditions.
You know, with the, with the conditions discussed.
And their deviations.
I think Johnson said this, in your approval, you need to find that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. That's the critical part in the interpretation of decision-making. And if you want to spell out those sections, that's even better.
So if you're looking for it, it's page 49 there, Jane.
I just found it.
Do I hear a motion?
Well,
Do you want it?
go ahead.
I am going to put forth a motion to approve the CPD for now I gotta find it.
PD1.
CI 2020009, Myerside CPD rezoning with conditions
That meets the,
that it meets criteria set in the comprehensive plan
It's in the land development code.
and the land development code.
the
And
findings and
conditions.
conclusions.
And I wrote them down in place. I know one of the conditions was to bring forth ideas on alcohol consumption on premise, how that would like to be handled. The condition was for noise abatement. The conditions that we'd like to put on this.
Bike racks,
Let's see. I don't know you can condition that one.
okay.
Do we want to, and this is up for discussion, condition this that they have, that within the completion of this project, get a historic recognition on it?
I'd like to see that happen, just because, I mean, it's not going to alter their plan, and it might bring clientele for the historical, just the significance one, not the designation. Jason, do you see anything that could alter their plan by getting that?
I mean, no, probably not. It depends on,
Could
obviously,
help
it depends
them.
on which one they ask for. It sounds like,
Well, this significance would be
Right.
the only one they would ask.
no, I mean, essentially, that's a recognition of date.
Recognition.
That would be good for the island, too.
That was a motion, right?
Any other conditions to this before I close this?
Got sound and alcohol and significance.
Recognition.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
I'll second that.
I was gonna, okay.
Okay,
I have a second. Who's seconding it?
I did. I did.
Jane Plummer's seconding it.
Yeah.
All
Dan
in,
and I together.
all in favor say aye.
Aye.
CPD recommendation for approval of CPD passes 7-0.
6.
6-0
Who
with
said no?
Patrick
Oh, Patrick can't.
recusing himself.
All right.
All right, moving along, and that should close our public hearing agenda.
Mhm.
And I gotta find the rest of my agenda. We've already started did the administrative agenda, which is the comprehensive plan update. So next piece of this is the LPA member items. Of course, do you have anything?
Nothing at this time.
We need to get our other member back. Our other member needs to come rejoin us. And do you have anything?
No, I do not.
Karen?
I have a public service announcement that I would like everybody to look at their home security systems and smoke detectors. I had a small fire in my house 2 weeks ago, and had I not had my security system that called me and told me my smoke detector was going off, the house would be gone. The way it was, I could clean it up myself. I did lose a couple pieces of furniture, but no big deal, it was stuff. The key thing is, we do have a lot to save here, so security and I'll just mention an advertisement for Simply Safe. It's very inexpensive. I just bought them for my kids at ridiculously cheap prices, and that's a very small price to pay. And it certainly shows love to your home. Just saying, I feel blessed.
Scott?
I have no comment, but I have a question. Are we scheduled to do the joint meeting with the council? Is that,
This time.
So
Not
since
set at this
you
time.
wanted to do a joint meeting, but also we have this comp plan process, so I think the idea was doing it in May. It would allow you to have that joint meeting and talk about
What's going on?
comp plan, LDC, priorities.
Any member items?
No comments, just, looking forward to seeing those comp plan amendments and, LDC regulations that might have to be changed after we've made decisions, but be interesting.
Okay, next town council meeting is Monday, 15th?
Oh,
See. The holiday.
Oh. Our government, we celebrate that holiday, don't we? Is anything from our agendas going to be on there?
we'll see, probably, well, it may be on the March 1st agenda, but
This will be on the March 1st
I don't know,
agenda?
I'll talk to the applicant to see when that's gonna be.
I don't believe any of the items
We have to see.
Or on the
are on
15th.
the 16th.
16th, sorry.
They're leaning towards the 16th, yeah.
And if this one were potentially the 1st of March for this one here? I have-
Hold on. Are you,
I'm agreeing that both items are leaning towards the 16th. If we can move the variance earlier, we will, but
Okay, so
So
both
next
these items on the
Tuesday.
16th, so next Tuesday. Do on this one.
March 1st is a March council meeting.
Yes.
Next Tuesday, because the agenda is already going.
All right,
Saying the variance before you, that was today, we may be able to get on the March 1st agenda. If they want to try to get this on the 1st, we'll have that conversation with them.
okay, so,
So I would plan on the variance being on the March 1st agenda.
all right, so I should, so, but on the 16th, we don't have anything on that agenda currently to remember at.
No.
So potentially March 1st, we need some. Point, I am in town, I could. Someone else would like to volunteer for that one? March 1st meeting,
I
potentially?
could be back up. Wait, maybe.
I may have
You're out.
to be there.
I'm not even asking you. All right, at this point, I will plan on being there, and if I can't, I will send an email to everybody to cover. All right, so that gets the next two meetings after that, when we are meeting before the next town council meeting. A little something asked of me not too long ago, Jason, specifically when it comes to code violations. I know.
Code enforcement, sorry. No.
Well, kind of code enforcement type situation. Is the system set up so that it can anonymously turn somebody in for a code violation? The name has to be the person who is accusing the neighbor at this point?
I don't believe we require the name. I mean, obviously, there could be some serious.
I just think somebody has asked me this question because I believe it has hit them. And when we have got, and just my belief, and this is just my opinion, is that if we have a system in which you can anonymously turn in a neighbor, doesn't that pit neighbor against neighbor? in that case and open it up for abuse?
Yeah, I mean, look, I can tell you, from my own personal experience, not just limited to the town, but
Yeah.
over the many years that I've represented local governments, yes. Neighbor against neighbor is in some instances the genesis of a significant number of code violations in different places. I'm not saying necessarily here in the town, but to your general question of does code enforcement pit neighbor against neighbor? I would be lying to you to say, if I said anything differently, then absolutely.
Our system is set up that you can anonymously turn in your neighbor on this.
That I don't know the answer off the top
Sure
of
you
my
can.
head.
I guess that's the piece of it that kind of, this was brought to me, kind of rubbed me wrong. I thought I'd bring it up to powers that be to, those, you know,
I mean, if you can ask Miss Saunders on your way out if she had overseas code enforcement.
just doesn't feel right. I guess if you're going to accuse your neighbor of something, name out there, just, here's my opinion, like I said, but I
Course
did
you
not know
should
the
talk to
system.
your neighbor, but
You should, but
I can tell you
I
that
don't know.
that swings both ways depending on, the opinions on that, so sometimes it reduces conflict, but I understand what you're saying.
She's come out there and she's.
Hey, Dad. Anonymous.
well, we have people going out looking too.
yes, we do.
Usually only when they're complaining.
Oh, yeah,
What?
sure.
Oh, you heard? Go on up front.
The record, Daphne Saunders, yeah, I'm watching everything. What was the question again?
Well, it come to me from, because, when you sit on the LPA, everybody knows that you know something. And it was brought to me that they were turned in for a code violation anonymously and thought that this was wrong. That we could, and the more I thought about the fact that you can anonymously turn in a neighbor for something, it really does pit neighbor against neighbor in this code enforcement stuff. And I could just, say you don't like your neighbor. You're going to, you see where I'm
Well,
going.
I'm going to tell you this, and I've been doing this for a long time, and just like John stated, that the code enforcement process in itself does, neighbor is what pits the neighbor against the neighbor. It's not the code enforcement process. Now, the way it is set up is that there is an investigation. So if we get an anonymous call, and we are only complaint driven, so we're not out there running up and down the streets looking for a complaint or a violation unless it's work without permit. We're really strict on that here on the island. Now, if somebody calls and says, I think my neighbor is doing X, we investigate it. If there's found to be no violation, that's the end of it. That's the end of it. Now, if there is a violation, that's how they get put into the code enforcement process. So a lot of times, I would say there's 50% of the time there is a violation, 50% of the time there's not. But we investigate it anyway, because the fact is that code enforcement actually benefits everyone. And certainly the violators don't see it this way. But there are times when there is an issue that is very detrimental to the quality of life that resident, or in fact maybe the entire street, is experiencing. And without the code enforcement process, that wouldn't be there to enhance everyone's quality of life. So what really happens is, anonymously, yes, they can call in a complaint. Again, if there is an issue, then we take it to they're issued a notice of violation, or however we want to handle it. I will say that in the past year and a half or so, what we've tried to establish here is just compliance. We don't want to bring you to the code enforcement. We don't want to bring you to the magistrate. We don't want to do that. Really what we want is compliance. We are so flexible with, talking to the people and our communication, and we tell them, all we want is compliance. Just come into compliance. We don't hammer, we're so mean and we want you to do, that's not what we want. We just want you to follow the rules. And you guys are part of the rule-making process. So if there's a rule that, you and or the council doesn't want us to enforce anymore, then you can change the rule. But the way the rules are on the books right now, if there's a rule, if somebody's having a problem, if there's a rule that turns that into a violation, we're very flexible. We just want you to come into compliance. So it does, but it's the neighbor that pits the neighbor against the neighbor, not the code enforcement process.
You brought up something cool, and I appreciate your explanation. You had said that don't go looking. Can you clarify that? Because I know I see code enforcement on my street every day, driving up and down. What is the purpose of that? Just for the public's knowledge.
Well, now I don't know what truck you're actually seeing, because a lot of times the trucks here at the town are used by different departments. So unless you see a code enforcement officer in that truck, then they're not necessarily, now could be talking about base. Now base is different than code enforcement. So I would need a little more information about that. But with prior ways of handling code enforcement, and this happens in lots of different municipalities where the council or the town manager feels like that there are so many out of control issues with code enforcement. They will say, just go out there, and if you see a violation, let's investigate it and let's take care of it. We have since moved into a complaint-driven violation. So our guys, unless it's work without permit, now we do want to protect our new homeowners as well as our current homeowners with regards to work without permit, because that's a violation of the Florida Building Code, as your ordinances. So we're really very strict on that. So you may see a code enforcement truck going up and down looking for building trucks or something like that doesn't have, and then they come back and check to see if there's a permit in place. But other than that, you have to call in a complaint with your anonymous complaints, or somebody may not care if they're anonymous or not, and they give us their information, knowing that that information is public record. So that's the difference. We are complaint driven now.
Okay.
It's been.
Appreciate that. I think probably everyone listening and watching appreciates that, because I think you guys get a little bit of a bad rap on occasion too.
You do, but I'm going to tell you, code enforcement is a viable, and it's a very important process, because without the code enforcement, when you tend to go more towards enforcing and less towards working with the people, which is which is our new mode of operation here, is we want to work with people. We want to work with you to bring you into compliance, because a lot of times people don't even realize they are violating a code. Or they don't realize that tree shouldn't have been cut down, or they don't realize that you needed a permit for your dock or whatever, We work with you. We are really trying to work with you. And it is only until you have had things that didn't happen or you have stopped communicating with us that we bring you to the magistrate.
When did that change, where we became more trying to work with people to bring them into compliance?
I would say a year ago, maybe, something like that. Maybe a year. I've been here for less than 2 years, and we started shifting that after I came in. We started learning more, getting our processes down, and we went all to complaint driven. And I'm going to tell you, it happens all the time.
It's been complaint driven for a long time,
Always.
I know.
Well, we are only complaint driven now.
Okay, but in
And that
the
is the
past,
difference.
too, there was a lot of at least talk about when we first incorporated, there was a lot of working with people to bring them into compliance and everything. And then there was a period of time where at least the reputation, I should ever, was that it wasn't as much trying to work with people and help them get into compliance. So I'm really encouraged to hear your comments now, because it sounds like we've gone back to trying to educate people and give them, what they need to be in compliance. So,
That's what we are trying to do. Educate, engage, and compliance. That's what we're trying to do here.
I want to make a clarification. If whether it's the building department or a code enforcement officer or base officer is driving down a town street and they observe and they see an obvious and open violation, such as building work being done without a permit. And that's different than the complaint-driven system that Ms. Saunders indicated, because we're now talking about health, safety, welfare. Something is being done without a review by a building official of, let's say, electrical work, which obviously is a danger, not only to the residents, but potentially the unlicensed person who's doing the work. So in those type of situations, that very narrow situation, enforcement action would be appropriate. But as a general rule, as Ms. Saunders stated, it's complaint driven. So there are some narrow exceptions to that, where the intent of the town is to protect health, safety, and welfare of its residents. Sometimes when they don't realize that what's being done is a violation of the code, and to the point that Ms. Saunders said, educate those property owners. Hey, this type of work needs a permit, and without having it, without getting it permitted properly, then you're at risk of something potentially bad happening to you. To come full circle, there are multiple cases and where both Ms. Bertrand and I have been in this room with the special magistrate, where the neighbor, the property owner who's before the special magistrate, is, oh, well, it's my neighbor who keeps complaining against me. Sometimes, unfortunately, that does happen.
I would also like to have a clarification on, once they come to special magistrate and are in the process of doing whatever it takes to bring back into compliance, does the fines of $500 a day stop once they've come before the magistrate to get to?
It's actually the exact opposite. The fines don't kick in until they've failed to comply with the special magistrate's order. If they come into compliance within the time frame specified by the special magistrate, no fines accrue. The statute and our code requires the special magistrate to say, I'm finding you in violation, but I'm giving you X number of days based upon the nature of the violation. There's criteria in the code that the special magistrate has to evaluate in determining what is a reasonable period of time for compliance. And it's only until after that period of time for compliance has passed and the property owner has failed to implement the remedial actions does a fine begin to accrue. And under our code, they always have the ability to come before the town and ask for reduction of any fine that may have accrued.
While we have her, anybody want to ask her any more questions?
I know, it's great.
I don't have a question, but I'd like to see you after the meeting, because there's a dangerous situation now existing.
Okay.
That these, I don't know what they call them, but they're kites, they're motorized kites.
You mean with the lawnmower strapped to their back?
And they're flying along. We banned them some years ago. The town did, flying over the island.
And they're back.
They're now landing right on top of people. I witnessed them landing at the Holiday Inn, flying right over the heads of bathers.
There's been a lot of.
They're
We have
very
gotten
dangerous.
complaints
There have
about
been
that.
fatalities with those things, crashing. And it's been going on for several weeks, and they're flying all up and down our beach.
All anonymously
I don't
in.
know. I don't know where they're emanating from or where they're renting them.
I see the code enforcement chasing
Yeah.
down.
There, I mean, just like the Florida legislature, every session, and John, there are laws that are hard to enforce. This is one that's hard to enforce because our guys can't go out there. We have literally had base officers running down the beach after these guys, and when they take off, they are are not necessarily regulated by the FAA, so there's no identification codes on them. And so unless we can get there and get there fast enough, and even if you take a picture of them, you still have to identify who the person is. They could be from Sarasota, you know, I mean, so it's, and we had this issue, you know, I've been around for a long time, we had the same issue on Marco Island. They have their own police department out there trying to regulate these things and get them off the island. It's very hard. Sometimes it's very hard to enforce our codes, but we work. We do the best we can. Feel free to come and talk to me afterwards.
We need aircraft guns, we shoot them down.
Well, maybe even posting on the beach so people are aware.
It is posted.
Is it now?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
Yeah, but I'm wondering where they're taking off from. They're taking off from off
They
beach
could
coming
take
across.
off in Coconut Point. There's a big field down there in Coconut Point that these guys take off from. I see it all the time because I live in Naples, and they take off and they're just going everywhere. You know,
They're illegal. Interesting to know.
They
I
are.
did not know that.
they are.
They're illegal over land.
Oh, over land. Okay.
Illegal
How did they
flying
take
over
off?
land. And
Well,
Run out the wire.
they take off, they're not over it.
Yeah.
They take off on the land, you know. Anyway, I'm just saying. Anything else that I can answer for you?
I appreciate you coming in here and addressing us.
Yeah, we're watching. We watch what you guys do and what you're saying.
What we say in here has a lot of effect on you, and I appreciate it. I think
Okay.
you got yourself a thankless job.
Thank
there.
you. Thank you all for your help and your service.
Thank you. All right, I'm done with my member items, so let's move it along. Aaron, do you have anything for us?
No, ma'am.
Well, unless Dan wanted to finish that anonymous complaint on his neighbor,
Yeah.
but otherwise, no, I don't.
All righty, last but, we have public comment, opening it up for any public comment. All right, nobody here for public comment? Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
Second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, we are out of here at 1:07.
Again, it's only 1:05.
I'm looking at my clock right there.
We had a major policy discussion at the audit committee yesterday.